Good morning. If anyone's out there, this is just an audio and visual test.
We can hear you and see you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Miss Federico. I'm just doing a quick sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Thanks so much.
Good morning, everyone. Before I call our case, let me just check in with my court reporter. Tracy,
Good
are you
morning.
ready?
Good morning, I'm ready.
Okay. Now calling proceeding number 23A-0589EG. This is an evidentiary hearing concerning the application of Public Service Company of Colorado for approval of its combined electric and natural gas demand side management and beneficial electrification plan for calendar years 2024 to 2026. This hearing was scheduled by decision number R24-0508-1 to take evidence on whether the unopposed comprehensive settlement agreement filed in this case should be approved. My name is Melody Mirbaba, and I am the administrative law judge who is assigned to hear this case. I just want to let everybody know that consistent with commission practice, we are webcasting this hearing. That includes both the video and the audio. We will continue to webcast this hearing during any breaks, so please do keep that in mind. Let's go ahead and get started with entries of appearance. Before we do that, though, I just want to say that if I mispronounce anybody's name or I use the wrong gender pronoun, please just let me know. I don't mean any offense. I'll try to do better in the future, especially with getting names right. Believe me, I understand what that's like. So let's start with entries of appearance. I want to start with Public Service Company of Colorado.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am Caitlin Shields from the law firm Wilkinson Barker Nauer. With me is my colleague Lauren Caliendo, as well as Mr. Tyler Manschul, in-house counsel for Xcel Energy.
Thank you. All right, for the Colorado Public Utilities Commission trial staff, who I will refer to as staff.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Attorney General Ross Smith on behalf of trial staff. I'm joined with my co-counsel, Assistant Attorney General Katie McLaughlin.
Good morning. For the utility consumer advocate, who I will refer to as the UCA.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michelle Singer-Nelson from the Colorado Attorney General's Office. And Chris Neal is going to be a witness today to the extent Your Honor has any questions. Also, we do have co-counsel. I will let her introduce herself.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kate Crampton with the Attorney General's Office on behalf of UCA.
Thank you. For the city of Boulder, who I will refer to as Boulder.
This is Veronique Van Giem, Assistant City Attorney for the City of Boulder.
Good
And we
morning.
will have Carolyn Elam as our witness today if there are any questions.
Thank you. For Western Resources Advocates, who I will refer to as WRA.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Parks Barroso representing Western Resource Advocates, and Claire Valentine will also be on the line should Your Honor have any questions for WRA.
Thank you. On behalf of the Natural Resources Defense Council and the Sierra Club, who I will collectively refer to as the Conservation Coalition.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jim Dennison with the Sierra Club on behalf of the Conservation Coalition.
Good morning. For the Southwest Energy Efficiency Projects, which I'll refer to as SWEEP.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Ragonin from Earth Justice on behalf of SWEEP. I'd also like to enter the appearance of my co-counsel, Michael Hyatt.
Good morning. For the City and County of Denver, who I'll refer to as Denver.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mandy MacDonald, Assistant City Attorney from the Denver City Attorney's Office on behalf of the City and County of Denver. My co-counsel, Chuck Solomon, may be joining us later on in the day, depending on how long we go. So I'll enter his appearance as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. For the Colorado Energy Office, who I will refer to as CEO.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jessica Lowry, Second Assistant Attorney General for Colorado Energy Office.
Good morning. For Energy Outreach Colorado, who I'll refer to as EOC.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Daniel Rubin from the law firm Dietza and Davis, entering my appearance on behalf of Energy Outreach Colorado.
Good morning. And for Energy Efficiency Business Coalition, who I'll refer to as the EEBC.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Detsky from the law firm of Dietz and Davis. And during my appearance on behalf of EEBC, Daniel Rubin, who just entered his appearance on behalf of EOC, will also be available for EEBC. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. For the Clean Energy Economy for the region, who I'll refer to as CLEAR. Ms. Keene, I think you're muted. I think that Clear's counsel might be having some technical difficulties, so I'll circle back to them in just a moment. For Climax Molly Bendham Company, who I'll refer to as Climax.
Morning, Your Honor. Richard Bagno on behalf of Climax.
Good morning. Thank you. For the Colorado Energy Consumers, who I'll refer to as CEC.
Good morning, Your Honor. It's nice to see you. Michelle King of the law firm Holland and Hart, here on behalf of the Colorado Energy Consumers. And I'd also like to enter the appearance of John Sherry, who may be joining us later in the proceeding.
Good morning. Good to see you and everybody else as well today. For Icon Energy Limited, who I'll refer to as Icon Energy.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jake Schlesinger with the law firm of Keys and Fox, subbing in today for Mr. Mark Valentine on behalf of Icon Energy.
Good morning. All right, let's go back to Clear. Do we have counsel for Clear back on the line yet?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. This is Megan Riley Scott with Kaplan Kirsch on behalf of Clear. I'm here with my co-counsel, Sarah Keene.
All right, good morning, everyone. Now, according to my list, I've got everybody that should be here, but if I've missed anyone, please go ahead and unmute yourself and speak up now. All right, looks like we've got everyone. I want to talk about some preliminary matters before we get started with the hearing. I did send an informal email to the parties earlier in the week, just to try to make it easier on all of you and your witnesses, to let you know who I would anticipate needing to ask questions of today. And as I indicated in that email, at this point, I want to be able to ask questions of all of the company's witnesses. And I can say that as of right now, I've got one or two questions for staff and for the UCA's witnesses. I don't have any questions for CEO's witnesses. I know I had indicated that I might have a question for CEO's witnesses, but at this point, I don't believe I will. As to everybody else's witnesses, I do not anticipate needing to ask anybody else, any other witness, any questions. So I do appreciate everybody's efforts to make your witnesses available, and that's entirely up to you if you want to continue to do that. But I don't think I'm going to be needing anybody else's witnesses today. So based on the joint witness matrix, it looks like I'm going to be the only one asking questions today. And I think that we should have no problem getting this hearing done well before 5. In fact, if we're lucky, we might even get it done by the lunch break. But just in case we don't, I'll just let you know the plan for the day is that we'll take a 15-minute break at about 10:30. We will take a lunch break if we're still going around noon, just depending on where we're at. And we may take an hour lunch or we may take an hour-and-a-half lunch. It just depends on the circumstances at that time. If we're continuing to go after lunch, we will take a break at about 3 o'clock. That'll be a 15-minute break, and then we will finish for the day no later than 5 o'clock. Okay, so I I did have another question that I'm hoping that the parties to the settlement agreement can answer for me. I think this might make things a little bit more efficient during the hearing, and I'll just identify for the record who I have listed as the settling parties to the case, because I'm going to be referring to the settling parties throughout this hearing. So I want that clearly identified in this hearing record. So we've got the company, staff, CEO, UCA, Boulder, WRA, the Conservation Coalition, SWEEP, Denver, EOC, EEBC, Clear, Climax, and CEC. So those who I have, that's who I have as the settling parties. And unless anybody corrects me, that's who I will be referring to when I refer to the settling parties during the hearing. So the first thing I'd like to do is see if the settling parties agree that hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-6 should replace attachment A to hearing exhibit 143, which is the settlement agreement. If that attachment, which based on the company's written testimony, I understand that attachment is essentially a corrected or updated version of attachment A to the settlement agreement, which is hearing exhibit 143. If everybody who has signed on to the settlement agreement agrees to that, then I can focus my questions about that attachment on the correct and updated version. So just to make things for efficiency's sake, I'm just going to ask that any settling party who does not agree that hearing exhibit 145 attachment MRS-6 should replace attachment A to hearing exhibit 143, which is the settlement agreement, to go ahead and speak up now. If no selling party speaks up, I will take your silence to mean that you agree that hearing exhibit 145 attachment MRS-6 should replace attachment A to hearing exhibit 143. So I will pause now to give everybody an opportunity to let me know if you disagree. Okay, I'll note for the record that nobody has indicated that they disagree that hearing exhibit 145 attachment MRS-6 should replace attachment A to hearing exhibit 143, which is the settlement agreement. So second, I want to see if I can get a clearer record on the settling party's position as to whether the information provided through the company's July 25th, 2024 settlement testimony and attachments accurately reflects the agreement's terms. Based on the company's notice of conferral and filing a settlement testimony, which was submitted on July 25th, it appears that the settling party's position on this may not be completely solidified, as they did not have access to all of the company's settlement testimony and attachments at the time of conferral. Now that they've had time with all the testimony attachments, I want to follow up on that to see if I can get a clearer record on everyone's position. So for efficiency's sake, I'm going to ask that any settling party who does not agree that the company's settlement testimony and attachments are consistent with the settlement agreement should speak up now. If you do not speak up, then I will take your silence to mean that you do agree that the company's settlement testimony attachments are consistent with the settlement agreement. And so I will go ahead and pause and give everyone an opportunity to speak up if you would like. All right, I'll just note for the record that nobody has spoken up, and therefore I will take the settling party's silence to indicate that all the settling parties agree that the company's settlement testimony and attachments thereto filed on July 25th, 2024 are consistent with the settlement agreement. Now, that does not mean that you agree with everything that is in the settlement testimony or the attachments, just simply that you all agree it is consistent with the settlement agreement in this case. Okay, and now the next thing I want to talk about is whether there are any stipulations as to the admission of exhibits. It doesn't seem like anybody has spoken up, but I want to go ahead and ask, since we have a unopposed comprehensive settlement agreement and a ton of exhibits, if a party would like to move exhibits into evidence, and at that point we can see if anybody objects. We can certainly do that when we get witnesses on the stand, but we are going to be admitting exhibits, settlement testimony filed by parties who may not be presenting witnesses, so it might be easier to do it this way.
With that, Your Honor, I guess on behalf of the company, I'd move for the admission of all of the pre-filed testimony and exhibits identified in, I believe it was hearing exhibit 1700.
Okay. I'll go ahead and see if anybody, I'll just pause and see, does anybody object to the admission of the exhibits listed in hearing exhibit 1700, which identifies pre-filed exhibits and attachments as they appear in the administrative record? All right, there being no objection, the exhibits will be admitted, except I do have one issue with one exhibit I'm hoping that public service can help us out with. That would be, so there are two exhibits marked with very similar numbers, and I'm concerned that's going to confuse the record later on, and these are kind of important exhibits. So I'm hoping that public service can remark one of those exhibits, get it into your box folder, and then we can get it admitted when it's ready. And so that would be hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-7, clean. So the company filed two versions, one that says clean and one that says red line. We don't really have a process to allow for it to be marked that way. They really should have been marked with a different exhibit number. But it is what it is. And I think let's just fix it now. So I will admit everything on the exhibit list, hearing exhibit 1700, except for hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-7 clean. And if the company would like to have that in the record, if you could you can mark that as almost identically, but instead of MRS-7, it should be MRS-10. So and if you want that in the record, just let me know when you got it ready, and we can move it into the record at that time.
Okay, and so just to clarify, Your Honor, hearing exhibit 145, MRS-7 red line is being admitted into the record. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay. I find the red line version to be pretty critical for the discussion that we're going to have here today. Clean version may or may not be. That's why I leave it to you to decide if you want to remark that and move it into evidence. I'm frankly not certain whether the written settlement testimony, there's some page number citations to this attachment in written settlement testimony. I think those page numbers are referencing the red line version. So we might be okay with just the red line version. But again, that's entirely up to you whether you want to have the clean version in the record as well.
Agree. We're comfortable with hearing exhibit 145, MRS-7 red line standing. If you wouldn't mind that perhaps we could circle back with you a little bit later in the proceeding, just to see how the discussion unfolds with you today, as well as confer with our team as to whether or not we'll refile the clean one is MRS-10.
Okay, sure, no problem. And you won't have to refile it. You'll just have to remark it and put it in your box folder.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Let me just make a note really quick. So this is a lot of exhibits. I want to make sure that my notes accurately reflect everything that came into evidence. Okay. So as we've already noted that the spreadsheet where we've got the hearing exhibits linked to is exhibit number 1700 at the end of the hearing. I will most likely admit that as well, just so that we've got it in the record also very clearly. So that is all I have for my preliminary matters. Does anybody have any preliminary matters you want to raise that we should address before getting started on evidence? Okay. Oh, Mr. Schlesinger, you can go ahead and let us know.
Thank you, Your Honor. Iconergy does not take a position on the settlement agreement. We have no cross-examination or witnesses here today, so we would ask to be excused from the remainder of the hearing.
Yeah, you may be excused. You do so at your own risk, though.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. And on that note, I'll just, remind all the settling parties that during the course of this hearing, I may be asking the company questions that results in clarifications to the settlement agreement. And if any of the settling parties disagree with such clarifications, I'm going to count on you to let me know that you disagree. That you can do that in your statement of position. If you decide to file you don't do a joint one, or you can signal to me at some point during the hearing if you need to provide any testimony or an offer of proof responding to or disagreeing with anything that the company says that might clarify the agreement that you disagree with. So that means that if anyone who signs off who's a settling party, you do so at your own risk. There might be a clarification to the agreement that you will not have an opportunity to speak up on. Okay, so with that, let's get started on the evidence. I'm going to turn to public service. Let's call your first witness.
Yes, and Your Honor, my colleague, Mr. Mansholt, is calling our first witness. I just wanted, as a somewhat preliminary matter, to flag, we are optimistic and hopeful that perhaps Mr. Mark, Mr. Schoenheider, and Mr. White can address all of the questions that you have. But of course, we have and can make all of our witnesses available to the extent you need to.
Thanks. And I think you're right. I think that both those witnesses should cover everything, but I guess we'll just have to see. And I'll just say at this point, I think there's some overlap between the topics that these two, Mr. Marks and Mr. Schoenheider, are possibly able to testify to. So it's entirely likely that I might ask the first witness who testifies all of the questions, and then I can figure out who can answer anything the first witness cannot answer.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Mansholt, you can call your first witness.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Public Service Company calls us stand, Mr. Nick Mark.
Good morning, Mr. Mark. If you could raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You can put your hand down, state and spell your name for us.
My name is Nick Mark, Nickmark.
All right, great. Mr. Mansholt, if you want to just go ahead and ask your witness a couple of introductory questions, then I will take over from there.
Well, I think I only have two questions then. Mr. Mark, thanks for being here this morning. By whom are you employed and what capacity?
I'm employed by Excel Energy as a consultant for customer program strategy and policy.
Well, with that, your hearing exhibits have already been admitted to the record. And so you are available for the judge's questions. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Mark, I just want to give you a couple of advisements before I start asking you questions. I'm going to ask that you not refer to any materials that you may have in front of you unless you are directed to do so by me or given permission to do so. When you are directed or given permission to look at materials, you may look at any paper copies that you also have with you if that is easier on you than looking at what we might have displayed on the screen. You are also not permitted to receive assistance from anybody during the course of your testimony. Do you understand and agree to comply with these requirements?
Yes, I do.
All right, wonderful. So I'm not sure if you heard what I said earlier, and that said I'm not exactly certain who's going to be able to answer My question, so you're the first witness, which means that I'm going to ask you all the questions, and anything you can't answer, if you could just direct me to who I should ask that question of, I will make a note of it and then move on. All right, let's open up pull up hearing exhibit 143 and go to page 5. Great. Now I want to get all of paragraph 4 showing on the screen. Great. Okay, so I wanted to ask you some questions about the language here in paragraph 4, and I do have a number of questions, so bear with me. So that paragraph starts off by saying, with regard to provisions A.2 and A.3 above, the settling parties acknowledge the Commission established energy and capacity savings targets, base budget caps, and budget flexibility provisions in proceeding number 22A-0389EG, unless otherwise directed by the Commission, including through proceeding number 23A-0392EG. So when I read this sentence, it seems to me we're missing some words. Given that it says you're acknowledging these items and then saying unless otherwise directed by the Commission. So I'm just wondering, what is this supposed to mean? What am I missing here? What are the words that we might need to insert?
I guess I'm not sure if there are words missing. I think the intent of this phrasing was to reflect the fact that at the time we were working on the settlement agreement, deliberations in the Clean Heat Plan, which is the 0392 proceeding, were ongoing, and parties didn't know at that point exactly how they would shake out, and there was the potential that given the overlap in subject matter between the proceedings, I think folks recognize that the Commission may make decisions in the Clean Heat proceeding that would potentially affect the programs and goals in this proceeding. I think that's what that unless otherwise directed language is referring to.
Okay, well, that still doesn't make sense to me, but I'm not sure it's all that critical. So let's move on to, let's see, I think it starts the last sentence of that same paragraph 4, and we're still on hearing exhibit 143. It says, the company shall strive to adhere to the Commission established caps and may use the authorized flexibility if and to the extent necessary to meet and endeavor to exceed the Commission established energy and capacity savings goals in a cost-effective manner. So doesn't the settlement agreement contemplate as a starting point that the company will use the 20% budget flexibility?
Yes, it does. I think
how is that consistent with the settlement agreement language that we just reviewed together, that the company is going to at least strive to adhere to the established caps?
I think this was a topic on which there was a lot of back and forth, both in testimony as well as in the settlement negotiations. And I think where we landed here was to say, look, we will try to do as much as we can to achieve the goals with the least spending necessary to accomplish that. The real question was, for some parties, was it appropriate to use budget flexibility in the planning stage now, rather than waiting until we were implementing programs? And I think this is the phrasing in this paragraph, and in that sense as well, is about trying to recognize that the company does have this authorized flexibility. And it's acceptable, I think, to settling parties that we use it now, but recognize that that doesn't necessarily mean that the company should simply plan to spend at that higher level if it's able to achieve the energy savings goals or even exceed them with lower spending. So recognizing that in the company's view, there's not a way to achieve the energy savings targets without using some of that, and indeed in some cases a significant amount of that flexibility, but also recognizing that that is a use of flexibility, which it would be nicer, I think, for everyone if we can achieve the goals at a lower level of spending.
Well, if the company is planning to strive to adhere to the commission's caps without the budget flexibility, then why wouldn't the agreement focus on those numbers, the base caps, without the budget flexibility?
We weren't able in our planning to develop a set of measures, programs, customer incentives, et cetera, that we felt could plausibly achieve the level of participation and energy savings necessary to meet the savings goals without using the budget flexibility. And what I'm referring to with that is, well, in Mr. Schoenheider's, I believe in his rebuttal testimony, he talks a little bit about how about our need to reduce the incentives offered for some electrification equipment just on the basis of the amount of budget available and amount of participation needed to achieve the savings goals. It can happen in the course of a plan year that a program is more or less successful than we anticipate. And so it can certainly happen that a given level of incentive is more successful at driving participation than we anticipate, which could mean if it's a highly cost-effective measure from a rebate dollars to energy savings perspective, we're able to get more savings with lower spending from that measure, which serves to reduce overall spending to achieve the goals. So I think we need to put a plan together that we think has a plausible and realistic chance at achieving the goals, and that's why we needed to lean on that budget flexibility. But as programs hit the market and as achievement materializes during the course of implementation, we're regularly looking at spending levels to try to make sure that they make sense and not trying to spend more money than we need to achieve a certain goal.
Okay, and I think that's consistent with what you may have put in your settlement testimony. What I'm wondering then is, you know, in the settlement agreement we have here in the same paragraph, the reference to the budgets that were established through proceeding numbers 22A-0309EG and 23A-0392EG. I'm just wondering whether in those proceedings where those budgets are established, did the company raise the concern that you could not meet the established energy savings and capacity savings targets within the budgets that were established in those cases? Great call. Mr. Fanio, you're unmuted. You need to go ahead and mute.
I think at the time that budgets were established, and during the course of that proceeding and the opportunities to submit requests for reconsideration, it wasn't clear to us exactly what the implications of some of the budget and savings goals decisions that the commission made would be. Some of those things really only become apparent when you're in the planning stage, and are sort of working from those high level figures. So we had some concern, I think, if one were to return, for example, to the strategic issues proceeding, we certainly had concern about some of the policy decisions, as well as some of the budget amounts and savings goals that were being contemplated, but we didn't know exactly how things would shake out, or didn't know enough about what opportunities might exist to achieve the targets at a lower spending level. And so it was hard to raise some of those questions in response to the decisions that the commission made. We certainly argued for other goals and budgets over the course of the proceeding, but we didn't know enough about how the decision would impact our plans and programs at the time it was issued to say much about the specifics that the commission established.
So I still have yet another question about the same sentence that we've been talking about that's still on the screen here in Exhibit 143. We're on page 5, paragraph 4, the last sentence. And I want to refer to the last part of that, and that is that the parties agree that the company may use the authorized flexibility if and to the extent necessary to meet and endeavor to exceed the commission established energy and capacity savings goals. So I read this language to give the company discretion to also use budget flexibility to increase spending, not just to meet the energy and capacity savings targets, but to exceed them. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think I share that understanding, yes.
So if the company can use budget flexibility to exceed the energy and capacity savings targets, what limits or guardrails does the company have in using budget flexibility per the settlement agreement?
I think it's the same limits and guardrails that have existed throughout. One of those being that the authorized flexibility is in the form of a presumption of prudence up to a certain level. And we would bear the responsibility of demonstrating prudence of spending beyond that level, even if that spending is necessary to exceed savings goals. I think we would still need to be able to demonstrate that it was prudent to spend those funds in that way.
Well, doesn't the presumption of prudence attach to the budget flexibility amounts?
Yes. I understood your question to be asking what would restrict us from going above and beyond the budget flexibility amounts.
No, let me re-ask the question. I'm just, I'll just say I'm a little concerned that this language allowing the company to use budget flexibility to exceed the commission established energy and capacity savings goals may result in eliminating any guardrails on the company's use of budget flexibility. In other words, every dime will be spent regardless of whether you already met the energy goals. You'll just keep spending all that money until it's gone because this agreement tells you you can exceed the savings goals. So what guardrails do we have?
So I don't think it's a guarantee that this money will be spent. I think among the guardrails, and we've certainly we've seen before parties challenging spending above certain levels. But in addition, to the extent that we're spending money simply to spend money or simply, to go above and beyond goals. The financial incentive that the company earns is a function in part of the cost effectiveness of that spending, right? So to the extent that we're spending money, that reduces the potential of financial incentive that we're able to earn because it reduces the overall cost effectiveness of the programming. So we have an interest in achieving these goals at the lowest cost possible. Or if we exceed the goals, to do so in a way that ensures cost effectiveness and benefits for the overall system that outweigh the impact of the dollars spent.
Did the commission in the cases in which the commission identified the budgets that we've been talking about, did the commission authorize a company to use budget flexibility to exceed the commission established energy and capacity savings targets?
I believe that has
Hold on. Mr. Fanyo, you're unmuted and we're hearing background noise. Okay, you're muted again. Must have just been a quick accident there. I'm sorry, Mr. Mark, you can continue.
Sorry, yeah, thanks. I think that the general guidance we've received from the commission is and has been to maximize cost-effective energy savings achievements. And part of the rationale for providing budget flexibility is to allow us to continue offering incentives to customers or other programs beyond the achievement of certain savings levels so that we don't have to close down programs at the that are successful and seeing a lot of participation simply on the basis of, oh, we've met our savings goal and so we're done now.
And I understand that perspective, that the commission does want you to maximize savings, but really what I'm getting at is a more narrow question, which is whether the commission authorized the company to use the budget flexibility dollars to exceed energy savings targets.
I guess I can't off the top of my head direct you to specific language from previous orders on that specific point. It has certainly been my understanding of the commission's direction to the company and Colorado policy generally that pursuit of the maximum cost-effective energy savings is a legitimate use of budget flexibility.
All right, let's go to page 4. We're still in hearing exhibit 143. I want to get the table. There we go. Okay, so on the screen, you'll see electric EE budget and savings. That's the header for a table. Represent the commission approved energy savings targets for the company's electric EE, which is energy efficiency.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you recall what proceeding number that specific capacity goal was established?
Sorry, I heard you asking about the energy savings column.
Yeah, sorry. Do you recall which proceeding which the proceeding number? I just wanted to make a note of it if you recalled which proceeding number that came out of.
Yeah, that's from the strategic issues proceeding.
Okay, that's fine. Great, thank you. So am I understanding correctly that the information below the column titled Plan Energy Savings Kilowatt Hours is the energy savings in kilowatt hours contemplated under the plan as revised through the settlement agreement?
That's correct.
Okay, so with all of that in mind, then I would read this table to indicate that for each plan year, the agreement contemplates that the company will exceed the commission-approved energy savings goals. Am I understanding that correctly?
With the exception of 2025, where the planned savings is just a hair under, but yes.
Okay, so if you're planning, from the start, which is at this point with the settlement agreement, if you're already planning to exceed the established energy savings goals, then does this also mean that the agreement's proposal to use budget flexibility for its electric EE piece is intended from the start to allow the company to exceed the commission's established energy savings targets through budget flexibility?
I think it's a little, the way you're posing the question makes it a little tricky to answer, because it's not the amount of variation here between the target and our expected result is pretty small, right? On the order of a percentage point or so from one year to another. And that variation is really a function of the way all of the individual savings goals from each measure are rolled up to each program level, each segment level, and the portfolio as a whole. So I think on a very strict sense, yes, if we spend the budget contemplated here and achieve the savings contemplated here, we would need to be using that flexibility in order to achieve and slightly exceed the savings goals. But really the use of that flexibility was necessary to get within the sort of couple of percentage point range of those goals, as well as providing funding for the extent to which the planned targets exceed the commission's established targets.
Okay. Let's move down to page 5. We're still in hearing exhibit 143. And here on the screen, we've got the gas EE, which is energy efficiency, budgets and savings. And there's a table for that. And so I basically have the same questions as it relates to this table, because as I look at it, we've got the numbers listed for the approved energy savings targets. And Mr. Mark, you would agree that's what in that column establishes what the commission has approved as the energy savings targets. Is that right?
Yes.
And then the plan energy savings, there's another column there. And then that would be what the parties anticipate the savings will be based upon the changes made to the agreement through the plan, or through the changes made to the plan through the agreement. Sorry about that. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
And
that's
so
right.
those numbers, you would agree, overall are higher than the approved energy savings targets.
Yes, again, very slightly.
And would you have the same answer if I asked you the same question I just did about using budget flexibility, planning to use budget flexibility to exceed the energy targets for the gas EE budget and savings?
Yes, I would. And sort of to put a more concise point on it, the primary use, I think, of the flexibility is to get us to the goals rather than to exceed. But there kind of goes along with that a small amount of exceeding, and based on these numbers.
Okay, thank you. Let's pull up hearing exhibit 144 and go to page 13. You may not need it, but let's just have it here. So on this page, let's see. Scroll down to line 18. And it's going to carry over onto the next page. All right, so actually, if we could just have that question showing on page 13, the last questions. All right, so here you're asked whether, basically whether the company can meet the energy savings targets with the base budget without using budget flexibility, and you answer no. And so what I'm wondering is, how did you come to that conclusion?
Well, through the planning process, we iterate on basically we sort of look at a menu of measures, if you will, a variety of different things that we might try to promote in order to drive energy savings. And for each of those, we have an estimate of how much savings they'll drive. But along with that, we have a sense of how much do they cost, both, in total from a customer perspective, and as well as from our perspective, how much of an incentive do we think we would need to offer a customer in order to undertake that higher first cost option. Essentially, what do we think it will take to move this market and get customers to make this more efficient choice in recognition of the fact that it usually carries some higher upfront investment. And that's kind of, as I say, an iterative process where we identify, okay, for this particular measure, there may be a market of this size, and that we might theoretically be able to achieve some level of participation in with an incentive of some amount. So making things up, it may be that we could get 500 customers in a given year to install a more efficient air conditioner than the baseline if we're willing to provide them an incentive of $200. And it may also, on the other hand, if we're able to provide them an incentive of $300 or $400, that 500 participants might increase. You might get more people who are moved by that higher amount. So it's a certain amount of looking at the market, talking with our stakeholders as well as customers, trade allies, and others to sort of get their sense of the market as well, and come up with a sense of, okay, we think we could probably get 300 air conditioners this year with that incentive of $150 or whatever the numbers might look like. And then we sort of step back and say, okay, having gone through that exercise for all of these measures, where are we with regard to savings? Where are we with regard to the budget and those kinds of things? And so we iterate on that a few times, building that portfolio of measures and programs, and then stepping back to see how it performs against cost effectiveness, spending, savings, and other requirements that we need it to. And it was basically through that exercise that we identified that we didn't think we could get enough folks to take those decisions that would cause the energy savings to add up to the level that we need them to meet the goal without either offering more incentive dollars or otherwise spending funds to promote energy efficiency beyond the base budget amount. We couldn't see a plausible level of participation that would get us there without that extra amount of spending and encouragement from the company.
So did the company perform any modeling or quantitative analysis to get to this conclusion that you could not meet the established savings targets under the base budget without budget flexibility?
Well, as I say, we went through that iterative process is very it's very analysis intensive. It works with our engineering teams, our marketing teams, our program implementation teams, as well as with a number of outside experts and stakeholders to understand, does this seem like a reasonable assumption that 100 customers would take you up on this offer or something like that. So there's some testing of assumptions there, but the rest of it is very analysis driven and quantitative in terms of what the impact on the budget and the resulting savings would be. Does that get to what you're asking? I'm not trying to.
No, I and I appreciate you just, answering it however you want to answer it. I will follow up. But what I didn't hear was that the company performed any modeling. Is that correct?
Modeling of what specifically?
Well, I mean, obviously, this is a huge plan, and you can't come to the conclusion that with the dollars identified as the base budget, you cannot meet the energy savings targets, which of course required you to look at programs and specific measures and what the rollout might look like, what the adoption might look like, and what those results might be. And typically with something like this, modeling is something that utilities will do to figure out, what the chances are and what the numbers should look like in the end. So did the company perform any modeling?
I mean, I guess I would characterize a lot of that sort of iterative portfolio building as modeling, in the sense that we're testing our assumptions of, can we get there? There are certainly plans on paper that the one could put together that would say you can, if one just assumes customer responsiveness at this level, then you've hit your targets at a very low budget. But of course, that then begs the question, quite literally, of whether customers will actually respond at that level. And that's the big question, and why I sort of think of it as modeling. Certainly, we do a lot of work to try to understand the markets that we're trying to move. We conduct potential studies and other efforts to try to understand the amount of energy savings, cost-effective energy savings that remain available in the market and that we might potentially pursue. That process also includes a lot of assessment of customer willingness to participate at various incentive levels. So we certainly have that analysis in mind as we're making our judgments about where incentive levels need to be. I guess I'm not sure if that meets what you're thinking of with regard to modeling, or.
I'm thinking more of like the formal modeling that we see from utilities and these types of cases. It sounds like maybe, and it makes sense, that there wasn't really a single model that you could use, but that you did look at a lot of different data. So I'm just wondering, you also mentioned there had to be a lot of assumptions that were made. And so I'm wondering, what was the basis of the assumptions, like historic data, historic rebates, external sources and I think that there is some written testimony on this. I'm just looking for a little bit more detail if you can share.
Sure. Yeah, we certainly use historical results from programs, as well as the product manager's judgment about what's feasible. We'll talk to our implementers about what they've got the capacity to achieve at a certain level. I think the kinds of modeling that utilities undertake in things like resource planning or system design aren't really applicable in this context. A DSM plan is in many ways more about a marketing strategy than it is about sort of the kinds of system modeling that go into resource planning. It's really about how do we think we can motivate customers to take these actions that we need to take, rather than how will these resources perform under certain potential circumstances.
And the parties to this case, has the company shared all of this background work that the company did to get to these conclusions? Has the company shared all of that with the parties to this case?
Certainly work papers have been available. And we've worked with a number of these parties repeatedly in previous cases like this one. So they're familiar with kind of how we go at these questions. And we try to engage them in the planning process as well as in the litigated proceedings to try to make sure that they understand what it is we're doing and how we're thinking about things.
Okay. Now I want to shift to the company's cost effectiveness analysis for the plan as modified through the agreement. We're still on exhibit 144. Let's turn to pages 16. And I think pages 16 and 17 is where you in this written testimony talk about cost effectiveness for the plan as modified by the settlement agreement. And you say here, starting on line 3 on page 16, that generally speaking, yes, and that's to answer the question of whether the agreement results in a cost-effective plan, but with caveats for BE and income qualified portfolios, though the company will endeavor to execute these portfolios such that they may become cost-effective. So am I understanding correctly? Let's just scroll down slightly on this page. So we've got tables NCM-S-1 and then 2 and then 3 is on the following page. Let's get that up on the screen really quick. I have a pretty high level question. All right, so my understanding, these tables reflect the company's updated MTRC cost effectiveness analysis of the plan as modified through the agreement. Is that right?
That's right.
In looking at those tables, I'd say other than the business offerings, the company's MTRC cost effective analysis indicates that the BE piece of the plan is not cost effective for each plan year. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
So why should the commission approve the agreement's provision for the beneficial electrification piece, the BE piece, given this evidence that it's not going to be cost effective?
I think through the strategic issues proceeding, including in the commission's decision, there was recognition that in these early years of implementing beneficial electrification, programs may not be cost effective early on. There's an expectation that will change over time as technology costs come down, as customers get more familiar with the technology, as installers get more familiar with it. And we think it'll become easier over time to motivate that participation. But there was, I think, recognition from strategic issues that BE may take a little while to grow into cost effectiveness. So we've tried to be as cost effective as we can, recognizing some of those factors.
Well, how can the commission be assured that the agreement spending then is going to be cost effective for the BE piece? I mean, it can't? Is that what you're saying?
Well, as I say, I think the commission acknowledged the uncertainty around the cost effectiveness of BE in the early years. I don't think we can be certain that it will be cost effective early on under this under the test that Colorado uses. But I think there's been a recognition of that fact for a while. And I think there's also recognition of the need from our perspective to make sure that we are being as cost effective as we can as we spend those dollars.
Okay, let's go back to page 16. We're still in hearing exhibit 144. I just want to follow up on some of the language that I read you earlier, and that is that the company, and this is at the top of page 16, lines 3 to 5, and I'm not going to read it word for word, but basically this is where you say the company will endeavor to execute these portfolios in reference to the BE and the income qualified portfolios such that they may become cost effective. What can the company do? What is the company planning to do to execute those portfolios to make them cost effective?
So a lot of that comes down to working in particular with contractors and trade allies. There is a general perception, I think, on the part of our installers. There's a certain reluctance to engage with heat pumps. Skepticism from HVAC contractors, some. And this is a community that tends to be very risk averse in terms of what technologies they promote. The concern being that if they don't feel very comfortable with the technology, they're less likely to recommend it to a customer because they're concerned about customer satisfaction and don't want to have a callback if the customer's having comfort issues or whatever that might be. One of the ways that that conservatism or reluctance manifests is in the form of higher costs to install those systems if they're willing to install them at all. So there may be a higher markup on technology that the installer is less familiar with or less confident in order to try to manage that callback risk, if you will. We think that by working with contractors and manufacturers and educating them on correct installation procedures, on the technology itself, on correct operating procedures, we can reduce some of that conservatism and hopefully get them to reduce their installation costs, which would in turn improve the overall cost effectiveness of those measures and the portfolio as a whole. So that's the kind of thing that we'd be looking at doing, is sort of working to bring down some of those embedded costs, if you will, that reduce the overall cost effectiveness of electrification.
So that example that you just gave me, which is that HVAC contractors, because they are risk averse to offering to install technologies they aren't as familiar with, they may charge a higher rate. Was that the sort of a thing that contributed to the cost-effective analysis that resulted in it not being cost-effective? I mean, did you think about higher prices? I'm just trying to figure out if that one effort that you're talking about actually will make a difference based upon what the analysis was.
Yeah, and the driver or the biggest driver, I think, of non-cost effectiveness is the cost of equipment to the customer. That's one of the biggest pieces on the cost side of the ledger in the MTRC is the cost of the equipment. And so if we can get that cost down through some of those engagements with contractors that we were talking about, it's not necessarily the cost of the unit from the manufacturer's side, but it's the cost that's faced by the customer, right? Which is the cost that we use in the analysis. And so if we can get that cost down, if we can work with manufacturers to reduce the equipment costs as well, those costs start to come down, cost effectiveness starts to come up.
Okay, so in looking at that cost to the customer and doing your cost effective analysis, the company assumed a higher customer cost based on things such as contractors being risk averse and charging more money. Is that right?
Well, we assumed that a portion of the costs that customers face is influenced by that. Yes, the costs that we use are those that we see when customers submit rebate applications. There's usually invoices along with that. We can look at those and understand what is the real cost that customers are paying for these. So we don't have to make assumptions about what's going into that cost because it's sort of, we're not making assumptions about what that cost is. We're basing that cost on invoices. We are making some assumptions about the degree to which we can influence that cost through those kinds of engagements.
Okay.
And Mr. Mark, could you keep your voice up, please? You fade a little bit.
I'm sorry, I'll try to do better.
So if the company is not successful in endeavoring to execute the portfolios to make them cost effective, should there be any repercussions associated with spending that's not cost effective?
I think at some point, probably, recognizing though that this is the first BE plan we've filed, that BE is a new effort overall for the state and as well as for the company. And again, I think this is supported by some of the both the testimony as well as the decision and strategic issues. We know that at this early stage, it's unlikely that BE will be cost effective in the first few years of implementation. It may be that in a future program cycle, we would move to an incentive based on cost effectiveness, the way we base incentives for energy efficiency on the cost effectiveness. But I think the recognition that BE may not be cost effective in the early going was part of the reason that the commission approved a different incentive mechanism for BE, a differently structured mechanism than for energy efficiency, which are things that we've been operating cost effectively for more time. So I guess repercussions, I think at some point, I think we'd want to build in some structural repercussions to ensure that the company is encouraged to drive net benefits in the same way as EE. I think right now that's a little premature, and I think the commission recognized that in setting the goals and budgets that they did.
Okay, thank you. Now, I know that there are some settlement agreement terms that talk about the company, supporting, educating the trades. So I want to explore that a little bit more based on what you just testified to, which had to do with, I guess, the concept or the idea or the discovery or conclusion the company has made that one of the reasons why we might have cost effectiveness issues and beneficial electrification has to do with contractors being risk averse to promoting more beneficial electrification type appliances and products. So I'm wondering, does the company have any strategies as we sit here today about how to address that? So for example, is there any marketing strategies or outreach strategies that the company has identified?
Yeah, and Mr. Schoenheider, I think, can speak a little more specifically to those strategies, but we have been, over the last couple of years, working with our contractors and trade allies and others as well to try to help them understand how to install these systems properly. Those trainings have been fairly successful, and as I understand, have been reaching a greater and greater number of contractors in each year. So that piece of it is something that we have known is a key piece of the puzzle and have been developing and plan to continue to develop.
Okay, thank you. I did have a question about an attachment to Mr. Schoenheider's settlement testimony. It would be hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-8. Should I ask him about that, or might you be able to answer questions about that attachment?
I can give it a shot, but I think he's probably the right person.
Okay.
I'm not certain what that attachment includes.
All right, let's get the settlement agreement back up. Hearing exhibit 143. Let's go to page 10. Paragraph 7. I think there might be an error in this paragraph, so I just want to give you an opportunity to correct it. So it says in this paragraph 7 on page 10, all changes to the residential HVAC product proposed in the plan and modified in the settlement will be proposed through the company's filing of a 90-day notice that will be filed no later than May 31st, 2024. Obviously, that date is already passed. So is there another date? Is this an error, or do we want to just cut it out completely?
None of the above, Your Honor.
Okay.
That notice was filed at the end of May. And I believe is now in effect. This provision was reflecting that a number of parties, particularly those representing installers, were eager to try to get some of those changes in market as quickly as possible, ideally in time to have things in place for the cooling season. So that was why that was sort of on an accelerated timetable. We saw those changes as beneficial for the portfolio across the board, and we're willing to implement them early, even before the plan itself was approved, so that we could have that additional incentive in the market.
So is that filed in as a part of the continuation of the last plan, which I did approve to be continued until this decision, the decision in this case becomes final? Is that when it was filed?
Yes, that would have been, I believe, the 0315 proceeding is the 2023 plan. We don't usually like to file notices to change programs while we've got ongoing litigation. But we sort of decided that this was a case where the changes were beneficial enough and important enough to merit trying to get them in place early.
So because that's already been filed, it seems that provision in paragraph 7 has been fulfilled and there's nothing more to do with it. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
And will there be, and I just don't recall if this is in here elsewhere, so you can tell me, but is there another provision for a 90-day notice to make other changes arising out of whatever happens in this case in the future?
I think, I don't think there's, I'd have to look more closely at the settlement agreement again. I think that while there's an expectation that 90-day notices will be forthcoming to implement changes later on, that is, if we see something in the market, if stakeholders identify something that we think is worth including, that option exists. But I don't recall specific commitments in the settlement agreement to file additional 90-day notices.
Okay, thanks. All right, we're still on hearing exhibit 143. Let's go to page 20. Maybe go to page 19. Sorry. All right, let's scroll down. I'm looking for paragraph 14. There we go. Okay. All right, so paragraph 14 of the settlement agreement says that once the CHP, which is a reference to the Clean Heat Plan, is approved via a final decision and proceeding number 23A-0392EG, the company will reassess the appropriate total incentive levels for all heat pumps, considering the approved budgets and goals in both proceedings, with an intention to increase total heat pump incentives above those agreed upon in this proceeding. So I've got a couple of questions about this language here. Why, I guess just why is the intent to increase total heat pump incentives beyond those agreed upon in this proceedings?
In part, because we needed to reduce heat pump incentives from where they had been in order to stay under the budget requirements in this proceeding. So you'll see in Mr. Schoenheider's testimony that the total incentives available for a heat pump installation in recent years have been, if I'm remembering the numbers correctly, around $2,000, maybe to $2,200 per heat pump. And we needed to, the initial version of the plan filed here needed to reduce those levels in order to stay within the budgets established by the commission. The perception is that clean heat provides an additional pot of dollars to promote heat pumps. And so it may be that by combining a portion of clean heat dollars with the budgets approved here, we're able to keep the incentive to customers at that $2,000 level, or potentially even increase it, basically in order to provide the same level of incentive to a participating customer to install that equipment. Does that make sense? It's basically reflecting the idea that clean heat provides additional funds, which one use of which could be to augment the incentives available under this plan.
So in doing so, would it be more than a $2,000 incentive for heat pumps?
I guess I don't know the details of the incentive amounts. One of the things that we've moved to in agreement or in agreement with our stakeholders is the transition from a per unit incentive to a per ton of capacity incentive for heat pumps. We've tried to get those per ton amounts such that they get you pretty close to the same total dollar amount. My sense is that parties would like to see us offering a higher incentive, so something that would come to more than the $2,000 per unit. I don't know if we've nailed down exactly what that looks like, but I think if we can make it work with the budgets available, I think that is something that we're considering.
Okay, but if you can't make it work, I just want to talk about the budget available that's going to be available out of this proceeding, essentially. What would you do then if you can't make it work within those budgets?
I'm not sure. It may be that we're just not able to offer an incentive that's sufficient to motivate the level of participation that we need. And so we aren't able to achieve the BE goals. That's one possible outcome.
Are there any dollars from the clean heat plan separate from the dollars in this plan that would be used to increase the total heat pump incentives?
Yes, there's a BE budget established for these same years that is additional to the funding approved through strategic issues.
And would that be the money that the company will use to increase the total heat pump incentives?
Yeah, I think it would come from that pot of dollars. It probably wouldn't be the only thing we would do with those funds, but yes.
Sure. I just want to make it, see if I can get something clear in the record that if the company does increase the total heat pump incentives consistent with this paragraph of the agreement, that funding isn't coming out of the budget that we're discussing and approving in this case.
That's correct. That would be using those clean heat dollars to augment the rebates that are contemplated in this plan.
Okay, and so you said something just a few minutes ago, and that I think related to being able to meet the energy target savings and capacity savings targets. So just so that I'm clear, is it the company's position that based upon the agreement and the budget therein, that, and that's with budget flexibility, that you can meet the energy and capacity savings targets for BE, beneficial electrification?
I don't know. I think it's going to be challenging. These are very aggressive goals, and I'm not certain that we can achieve them. And I don't know that the company could say that. We certainly intend to try.
Okay. Okay, let's go to page 22, still in hearing exhibit 143. So paragraph 18 says the settling parties agree the company should approve for this 2024 to 2026 DSM and BE plan the avoided cost assumption set forth in the direct testimony of public service witness Jeremy Peterson and in attachment NCM-1 Appendix E. We don't have here in this language a reference to exhibit numbers. So I just wanted to see if I can get those exhibit numbers in the record so it's very clear what this agreement term is referring to. So let's pull up hearing exhibit 104. All right, so we've got hearing exhibit 104 on the screen. And so my question to you is this exhibit, hearing exhibit 104, the direct testimony of Jeremy Peterson that is intended to be referenced in the settlement agreement language that I just reviewed with you?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now as to the reference to the attachment NCM-1, this one might be a little bit more complicated, but let's start by pulling up hearing exhibit 101, attachment NCM-1. Okay, so is hearing exhibit 101 attachment NCM-1 that's on the screen here? The attachment NCM-1 referenced in the language I just read over with you in the settlement agreement?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay, so let's also pull up hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-7. And that'll be up here on
right?
the red line. We didn't admit the clean. I'll repeat that number. It's hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-7. There we are.
Yeah, sorry that these big ones that are over 600 pages take a while to load and freeze my screen.
That's okay. We got it open now. So based on the testimony that's been filed, I understand hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-7 is the updated version of hearing exhibit 101, attachment NCM-1 that should reflect the terms of the settlement agreement and any corrections. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes. I
Okay.
think, I don't know that the specific section that was referred to in that paragraph of the settlement agreement is changed in the new version, but I think from as far as the documents it's referring to, this is probably the right place to point.
Okay, so then should I rely on hearing exhibit 145 attachment MRS-7 instead of hearing exhibit 101 attachment NCM-1 that was referenced in the settlement agreement language that we just discussed?
Yeah, I think that would be reasonable.
All right, well, let's pull up hearing exhibit 145 attachment MRS-6. These might be questions for Mr. Schoenheider, but I'm going to ask you to let me know if that's the case. So while we're waiting for this to get pulled up, I'll just remind you that at the beginning of the hearing, everybody agreed, the settling parties agreed, that this document, hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-6, replaces attachment A to hearing exhibit 143, which is the settlement agreement. I want to go through this in relative detail. I want to make sure I understand how to interpret this document. And I'm wondering, are you the person I should ask, or should I ask Mr. Schoenheider?
I think that kind of detailed walkthrough is probably best with Mr. Schoenheider.
Okay. Go back to hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-7. You may have already answered this, but let me just make sure I understand clearly. I have a number of questions in interpreting and understanding various aspects of this document, which is the plan. Are you the person I can ask about that, or should I ask Mr. Schoenheider?
I think generally, particularly if they're detailed, especially programmatic questions, Mr. Schoenheider is the person to ask. There may be some that I can help with, but
okay. Well, I'll plan to ask him, and if he thinks you have better answers, I guess he will let us know and we'll bring you back.
yeah, I'm certainly available if Mr. Schoenheider needs to punt it back to me.
Mr. Mark, are you able to answer questions about the company's efforts to implement its current DSM BE plan for calendar year 2024?
At a high level, I think Mr. Schoenheider may be better positioned to answer specifics.
Okay, so you can answer at a high level and he can answer more detailed questions.
Yes.
Okay, and I probably have more detailed questions, so maybe I will just go ahead and hold off, save those questions for him too. You just give me a moment. I want to review my notes. That might be it for you. All right, I think that's all I have for now, but definitely remain available. We might need you back, depending on whether Mr. Schoenheider is able to answer the remaining questions that I have. Thank you for your patience and walking me through everything today.
Thank you.
Actually, before I excuse you, I do want to give public service an opportunity if you want to do any, I'll call it redirect.
Yes, I do have redirect, Your Honor. You want to do that now, or would you take a break?
Well, actually, we're past our 10:30 part point, so let's take a break. We'll come back at 10:50, 50, and we will do your redirect at that time. We will be in recess, and I'll remind everybody we're going to continue to webcast both the video and the audio during our break. All right, we will be in recess until 10:50. Before we go back on the record, let me just check in with my court reporter. Tracy, are you there?
I'm ready.
Okay, we'll go back on the record. Mr. Manschultz, you can begin your redirect whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mark, thank you. Several questions for you for redirect here to help clear out the record a bit more. You were discussing with Her Honor the company's need to use budget flexibility in terms of what's in the settlement to support energy efficiency amounts. You recall that conversation?
Yes, I do.
Just taking a step back from your understanding of the record of this case, do you believe there are other plans in the record that show how the company could specifically stay within the budget caps and not need to use budget flexibility to meet the commission's electric energy efficiency savings goals?
No, I don't believe so.
There was another question regarding the prior strategic issues case in proceeding number 23A-0389EG. And there was a question there or conversation about whether or not we disagreed with the commission on savings and budget levels to support energy efficiency. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, I do.
And just for clarity here, the commission did not adopt the company's proposals for energy efficiency savings and related budget in that prior proceeding, correct?
That's correct.
And the company in this proceeding is seeking to comply with the commission's directives, which again do not reflect what the company recommended in that proceeding, correct?
Correct.
There was also some discussion about why the company should ever exceed commission approved savings and targets for energy efficiency. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, I do.
Do you have any thoughts on perhaps why generally it could be in the public interest for the company to achieve savings beyond a savings target for energy efficiency?
Yes, assuming that the savings are achieved in a cost-effective manner, that the results of energy efficiency and related activity go to both achieving state policy goals, such as the reduction of emissions, the reduction in need to construct new generating equipment or other utility infrastructure, as well as helping keep costs down for utility customers generally, whether or not they participate in the programs themselves. So I think the public interest is served by high levels of savings above and beyond specific goals.
You also had a conversation about modeling undertaken to support your DSM plan document. Just for recollection here, the company witness Mark Schoenheider support how the plan was developed and have related testimony about that in this proceeding.
Yes, he did, and I was referring in particular to his work papers in my response to those questions.
So he could further discuss some of those issues with Her Honor.
Yes.
You also had discussions about the beneficial electrification portfolio and whether or not there should be repercussions if spending is not cost effective. Remember that?
I do.
In the prior strategic issues case, did the commission have an opportunity to consider our cost effectiveness forecasts as well as approve a financial incentive mechanism for BE for the company?
Yes.
And could the commission change the company's financial incentives for beneficial electrification in the company's next strategic issues case?
Certainly.
Could there be policy reasons why the commission may want the company to pursue beneficial electrification savings, even if the total portfolio is not cost effective?
Yes, certainly, reducing emissions from the natural gas sector is a policy priority for the state, as well as it is a policy priority for the state, along with reducing emissions economy-wide. Beneficial electrification furthers that goal, as well as providing other potential benefits that there could be a policy interest in supporting.
And just for the record, again, on the actual settlement agreement itself, and I'm referring to hearing exhibit 143, there was some discussion about that 90-day notice provision and whether there was an error because it was referencing something that had already occurred. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes, I do.
And I believe you may have insinuated that there are no other 90-day notice provisions in the settlement, at least that you recalled. Can we clear up for the record? I think is it true that what you were trying to insinuate is that there's no other 90-day notice provisions that require a change of programs before this plan is approved by the commission?
Yes, at the moment the question was asked, I couldn't recall if there were any references to 60 to 90-day notices in the settlement agreement, which is why I answered as I did. But I think it's correct that there are other references to those notices, but that they were expected to be forthcoming over the course of the implementation of the plan, rather than prior to approval of the plan, the way the particular notice that was highlighted.
And just a little more context, if you possibly could, those 90-day notices are kind of a typical process for the company to update its programming. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
My last question. Well, actually, you know what? That's all, Your Honor. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Mr. Mark.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you again, Mr. Mark. Just make sure you continue to be available in case we need you back on.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, company can call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Public Service calls Mr. Mark Schoenheider.
Good morning, Mr. Schoenheider.
Morning.
Raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and put your hand down. And please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Mark Schoenheider, MarkSchoenheider.
Thank you. Before we get started on your testimony, I just want to give you a couple of advisements. And that is that you cannot refer to any materials unless you're directed to do so by me or counsel, or unless given permission to do so. In such a case, you can look at paper copies if that's going to be easier than looking at anything that's on our screen. You also are not permitted to receive assistance from anyone during the course of your testimony. As to your testimony, do you understand and agree to comply with these requirements?
I do.
Ms. Caliendo, why don't you go ahead and introduce your witness?
Thank you. Mr. Schoenheider, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by Xcel Energy Services, and I am a manager of system operations and planning.
Thank you. Your Honor, we did prepare the revised attachment MRS 10 into the company's box.com. If you would prefer, we can move that exhibit now for your discussion.
Yes, why don't we go ahead and do that? Let's get that up on the screen. I just want to take a look at it. Or actually, is it in your box folder?
It should be, yes.
Okay.
MRS 10 clean, that one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Schoenheider, is this exhibit we see here, hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS 10 clean? Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
You'd move for admission of hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS 10.
Any objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-10? There being no objection, hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-10 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you. And as Mr. Schoenheider's remaining settlement exhibits and attachments have already been moved into the record, he is now available for questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Schoenheider, were you listening in when I asked your colleague, Mr. Mark, questions earlier today?
I was, yes.
Okay, so let me just start by asking you if there's anything that you want to, I guess, supplement in terms of the answers that he gave on topics for which you are more familiar.
There were quite a few points where I did hear Mr. Mark defer or offer that I can add supplemental information, and I believe Your Honor made note of those. And so I think I can go through the high level points and then or what might be better is if you ask the questions that you were intending to ask, and if there are any remaining, I can bring those up after, if that would be acceptable.
Sure, that sounds good. Let's pull up hearing exhibit 143, which is the settlement agreement, page 16. And I neglected to ask Mr. Mark about this. It's a pretty minor thing. So if we got page 16 on the screen, let's scroll down. There is a small paragraph 4. There we are. Okay, so paragraph 4 says the company agrees to the same reporting obligations agreed to in its settlement agreement at section 68.9 in proceeding number 23A-0242E. Has that settlement agreement been filed in this case so that I have it in the record?
I am not aware if it has been settled or not. I wonder if lawyers could check on that. And
yeah,
that seems like a legal question, not a content question. I'm sorry.
I just want to figure out if it's in the record. And so I'll just ask, one of the reasons I flagged this right now, the first question, is that I wanted to give counsel a heads up. I'm not sure that it is in the record. Again, we have a huge record, so I may have missed it. So if counsel for the company or the settling parties, if you think it's been filed in the record, feel free to let me know what exhibit it is. If it has not been filed, I want it in the record. And it doesn't need to be the entire settlement agreement in that proceeding. You can submit just the pages that are referenced in this agreement provision. I think that just makes for a cleaner record for me to know exactly what those reporting obligations are, to have that in the record. Ms. Caliendo, do you know if this is already if this has already been filed?
We don't believe so, Your Honor. We're going to look into it and possibly put it into our box.com.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so we can move on from that. All right, I have like a couple of high level questions about attachments MRS 8 and 9 to hearing exhibit 145, which is your settlement testimony. we can pull those up, but again, these are pretty high level questions. So I'll ask them and you can let me know if you'd prefer to have, if you need a moment to look at the documents as we're getting, let's start by pulling up attachment MRS 8 to hearing exhibit 145. I'm just hoping you can provide me just with a high level description of what attachment MRS 8 and 9 to hearing exhibit 145 are supposed to reflect. What do they reflect?
Great.
They're obviously very long documents, so we're not going to go through it in detail. I want to understand more about what they are.
Yes. And so I believe we're looking at attachment MRS 8.
Yes.
And I'm actually very glad that we are going here. This is one of the topics that I think you touched on with Mr. Mark that I wanted to elaborate on. And so what you see pulled up on the screen is a PDF version of what's a very large Microsoft Excel file. And that Microsoft Excel file, I think you would refer to it as our model for all of our programs and for the portfolio that we put together. And this is a topic that I don't know if Mr. Mark really went into the detail that I would, but at a high level, and we can walk through the spreadsheet if you'd like to. The company has been running demand side management programs for more than 20 years across multiple jurisdictions. And we have built an internal software model, which we've executed in Microsoft Excel, which fundamentally starts with individual decisions that customers would make for energy efficiency upgrades. And so as an example, it would start with if we're trying to incentivize or motivate a customer to, in a pretty simple case, choose a more efficient light bulb instead of an older technology light bulb. And the modeling approach starts at that ground level with individual decisions customers would make. It incorporates all of the energy savings calculations and assumptions about, for that light bulb, things like what was the wattage of the baseline choice, how many hours a year for a particular customer group would that light bulb be on, what are the HVAC conditions for the space in which that light bulb is employed. So is there a cooling benefit from reducing the wattage? Is there a heating penalty? It looks at the types of customers that would employ these measures. It looks at their rate class. Are they a residential customer? Are they a commercial customer? And that's kind of at the individual decision level. It also looks at the costs associated with those upgrades. So I know you had some discussions earlier with Mr. Mark about the incremental cost or the cost that the customer sees in doing a measure, right? So all of those assumptions are incorporated into this model, as are the program costs. So how much of a rebate would we need to offer on a given measure to incentivize that customer to make the decision we want them to make? What percentage of the customers who make those choices would have made them in the absence of a rebate? What percentage of the customers who, for example, purchase a light bulb will actually take it home and install it? How long will that light bulb last before it needs to be replaced? All of those assumptions are utilized in this model for each of the multiple thousands of measures that we offer rebates for. And the spreadsheet model, which is the Excel version, is MRS 8, tracks the incorporation of all of those assumptions on individual sort of decisions customers would make up to what we call a measure level, which is sort of an average for all customers that would participate in that measure. And then it rolls those up together with not just that measure, like that particular light bulb, but to all light bulbs, and then to the lighting program as a whole, which may incorporate lighting controls and new light bulbs and control system, like all those sorts of things. And then it rolls it up to the next level, which would be like that customer segment. So all of business customers, for example, or residential, and finally up to the portfolio level. So at a very high level, MRS 8 is really, I think, the model that you were asking for, or you were asking if we do. And it literally starts with individual decisions and ends up with not only the portfolio totals for things like the forecasted spend, the forecasted energy savings, but also the cost effectiveness of the portfolio. So it incorporates on the supply side, Mr. Mark alluded to earlier, if we save a kilowatt hour through incentivizing a customer to make a decision they wouldn't have already made, there's a benefit in, like, we don't have to necessarily build a plant, a generation asset, to provide that kilowatt hour. We don't have to have enough transmission or distribution capacity to move that electricity. We don't have to, if it's a fossil fuel plant, burn the coal or the natural gas. So there are emissions benefits from that. And so though all of that is included in the model as well. I'm going to pause there because I'm guessing you have some questions, or maybe you want to dig in.
Well, I guess my first question is, so this is basically the single model for the entire plan?
It is. And it shows up here as a little over 10,000 pages in a PDF version, which is totally not useful. But the useful part is the executable, the Microsoft Excel side. And to be fair, I've been working with this model for over 15 years at Excel, and it is large, it's complicated, it's nuanced, it's hard even for me to follow sometimes. And so happy to walk you through it. But as I said, it is an in-house developed model. Excel has been a national leader for more than 20 years in energy efficiency and demand side management. And frankly, we've looked at other tools, we've looked at what other utilities or program administrators use, and we've never found anything better than the model that we have built and evolved over that time. And so that's effectively what that attachment is, the Excel, Microsoft Excel executable version.
Okay. And did the company share this model, including like the executable version of it, with the parties in this case?
Yes. So we did both in it was filed as a work paper in our direct case. And then as part of the settlement process, and specifically as a result of your order from that settlement, asking for clarification on what used to be attachment A, we went through and built from the ground up again a new version of the model, incorporating all of the red lines, as well as we found a couple of mistakes. It turns out if you have 10,000 pages of a model, there will be a few mistakes in there. So we found and corrected a few of those, and all of that is included in the executable form.
So it sounds like from the testimony you just provided that this model and Hearing Exhibit 145 attachment MRS 8 is more than just cost benefit data and analysis. Is that right?
However, in order to accurately calculate the cost benefit analysis, you need to do all of that background work, right? So you have to, and I don't want to sound too grandiose here, but you literally have to try to predict hundreds of thousands of decisions customers will make and translate the impact or understand the impact of those decisions into energy savings, incremental capital costs, measure lifetimes, load profiles, in order, to build up the savings goals, the budget, the spend, the incremental capital cost, to a level where you can combine that with the system side, those marginal energy and marginal generation, transmission, distribution costs I was talking about earlier, to combine all of that to be able to run. Those are all inputs to a cost benefit analysis. But yeah, this is the entire sort of soup to nuts is presented in that model. Now, We have also made a lot of that much more reader friendly and consumable if you want to go in and understand, for example, for that light bulb example I gave you, if you wanted to pick out, okay, what is the company assuming for how many hours that light bulb is running in a restaurant, for example. We've provided roughly 300 pages of documentation as part of initially it was the DSM plan. The first document you pulled up that we had the redlined and non-redlined version. There's about 300 pages near the end of that detail all of those technical assumptions for how we'll take credit and what the incremental cost will be for every single measure we offer. So that's goes hand in hand with this executable file, right? We refer to it sort of as the rule book, the deemed savings, the technical reference manual. Those are all part of the plan document, and they're for an engineer, they're readable. They're still very complicated, but then this MRS 8 is really the execution of that rule book on what we are expecting, what we're forecasting for participation in each of the measures.
So you mentioned that part of this process is basically looking at individual customer decisions, and I don't know how many of those, a lot, obviously. So how did the company assess or determine what you think the individual customer decisions are, basically to form the basis of the assumptions that are used in this modeling?
Yeah, so first and foremost, right, we have the expertise of over 20 years of running these types of programs, right? In specific to Colorado, if you look back in the history, we really sort of expanded and launched our energy efficiency programs in 2008 in that time frame. But we have also been running similar programs in our Minnesota operating company for probably 10 years before that. We have similar portfolios in New Mexico, Texas. That process of running and observing, and as Mr. Mark talked about, part of that process includes things like potential studies. It also includes things like program evaluations, which are conducted on individual programs. We do a certain number of programs every year where we have third parties help us to survey customers as well as observe market trends, observe how other utilities are doing it, and give us feedback and input that will inform the next plan. On top of that, at Excel, we also are very active in many of the trade organizations for utility and energy conservation program implementers. A couple of those, there are, organizations like MIA, the Midwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. CEE is a North American, the Center for, or Consortium for Energy Efficiency is a North American, entity that we are on the board of, heavily active with, that member organizations are responsible for probably 80% of all of the energy efficiency spending in North America. So at a super high level, a lot of those adoption curves are gleaned from that research and applied based on the judgment of our program engineers and product managers.
Did the company perform any studies to get to that information?
Yes, many studies, whether those are potential studies that I mentioned or even individual program evaluations. I would also define those as studies. And there's within the record, within the DSM plan, so I believe it's attachment, the one we just put, the red line plan, is attachment 10, and I believe the other one is 7. There are sections in there that talk about, as an example, which program evaluations were completed recently and will be completed in the future. But there's a very rigorous, cadence of ongoing, I would refer to it as constant improvement, right? As we run these programs, we get feedback not only from participation with these exact programs over the 15 years, right? And every year we put together an annual report that describes the participation, the admin costs, the various types of interventions we had with customers, whether those are rebates or trainings or more traditional media like educational or advertising. All of that informs the plan that we put together.
Okay, thank you. Just give me 1 second. Okay. All right, let's look at hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS 9. You might have briefly touched upon what this document is, but if you could just elaborate for the record what this document is.
Yeah, so again, this document was provided, I believe, as an Excel and executable format. And the information contained here is also contained within the updated versions of MRS 7 and MRS 10, which is the whole plan. But what we wanted to do for full transparency was to give you also sort of an executable version of that, a Microsoft Excel version. So if you were interested in how the numbers in any of these tables add up, you would be able to see that. And so high level, there shouldn't be anything in this attachment that's not also in MRS 7 and MRS 10. However, those are 600-page documents rather than this is just the tables from those documents. I think we saw your order from the first hearing and got the general sense that you wanted to be able to see all the details and see the executable files and see how the equations worked. And so in preparing for this hearing, we may have erred on the side of here's everything, full transparency, here's all the executable files, and we can hopefully through this live hearing, we can point you to the pieces and the parts that can help you answer questions that you still have.
Why I appreciate that the company was over-inclusive in providing the data, because yes, I did want to be able to see in the record more of these details that may or may not end up in my ultimate decision in the case, but it does go into evaluating, my assessment of the settlement agreement. So I appreciate that. Just one more question about attachment MRS-8. We don't necessarily need to pull it up. And that would be hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-8-8. In the executable version of that, could that model, could the inputs be modified to include or have different assumptions?
Absolutely. It is the working document that we do exactly that for in generating the plan. And without digging too far into it, I can generally describe there are probably 20 plus tabs of Excel files, and there are within the some of the tabs you may have thousands of lines. As an example, like there's a line for that light bulb I described earlier, but there's a line for 50 other similar light bulbs, right? And so you absolutely can go in that's exactly the tool that we use to change assumptions and update assumptions. And it's, I don't, it is a complicated, very sophisticated model. And so I don't know that I would recommend that somebody's not familiar with it, try to go in and make changes, but that is exactly the tool. And we probably have in the ballpark of when we're building these plans, we probably have 50 people that are in there updating and editing their specific pieces and parts of that model.
Okay, thanks. And this might be more of a question directed to your counsel, because I was just looking at how these two exhibits are identified. The hearing exhibit 145, attachments MRS-8 and attachment MRS-9. Neither of them are marked as executable. I believe they were filed as executables. So normally when we have an executable document, you're also supposed to file a PDF version of it. The e-filing system does convert documents. So that's why when we pull this up, we've got the PDF. We could certainly pull up the executable if we want to, but I just want to ask counsel, are there other exhibits, other versions of this that we are missing that should have been filed, or that just maybe weren't put on the hyperlinked spreadsheet? Because all I see are the ones that are marked in a way that do not indicate that they are executable.
We're not sure we fully understand the question. Could you?
Okay, let me go back. Any executable document that's an exhibit is supposed to be marked with the word executable on it. And you're supposed to file an executable and a PDF. All I see is just one version of both of these attachments. I do believe they were filed as executables, but they're not marked as executables. So basically we should have had two versions of each of these, and we don't. And that just might be because the exhibit list just for some reason doesn't include them, or maybe you didn't file them. So that's what I was looking to get cleared up in the record.
We'll take some time to go back in. We'll take a moment to go back and look at what was filed, and we can possibly relabel them correctly to your preference and load versions into box.com.
I don't think that's really worth the effort at this point. I just want to make sure that we've got what we need, what you filed and intended to offer in evidence into the record. And I can certainly note in my decision that these two documents were filed as executables, even though they aren't marked as such.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. I think Casey, who's helping us with the hearing, might have something to add.
Yes, I was just going to say these were both filed on 7/25, and these were the only two versions. There is no other versions of these documents filed.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get back to my questions, and excuse that little pause for a little housekeeping matter. Let's see. All right, let's pull up hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-6. I want to pull up the executable version of this.
Okay, it'll just take me a second longer. I've got to go to a different place to get it. So give me a second.
And while we're waiting, I think I'm supposed to ask for permission. I just want to make sure that we're happy. If, as you're referring to the various attachment numbers, as part of my testimony, I have a list of my attachments that gives the names of them as well. Is it okay if I reference that hard copy while we're talking?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
And you can also, if you want to reference a hard copy of the attachment itself, you're welcome to do that as well. I was going to ask for the executable version to be pulled up because it shows a little bit more detail, and it's sort of how it was described, I think, in your written testimony. It was described using the level of detail, as you know, in a Excel spreadsheet. The top of the page has like A, B, C, D. It goes on and columns, and then down the rows it's numbered. But when it's in a PDF version, you don't see any of that. And I think your testimony did talk about that numbering. So that's why I wanted to have that version of it pulled up.
Yeah, as an engineer, it does not surprise me that my native language is spreadsheet.
And MRS-6, that's the revision 1, correct?
Revision 1?
You said hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-6, executable revised attachment A, revision 1?
Yeah, that's the one. And that is I think the only version of that attachment that has been admitted in evidence, so.
Yeah, I think we had
Okay.
a previous version that was attachment A to the settlement agreement, but
Right. So that's a great launching point. So we've already, established in the record that everybody agrees the document we have on the screen here, which is hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-6, replaces attachment A to hearing exhibit 143, which is a settlement agreement. So as a starting point, I think we're all on the same page with that. And I think your settlement testimony was helpful in explaining this document, but I do want to walk through it with you to see if we can pull out a little bit more details and also confirm I am interpreting and understanding this document correctly.
sounds good.
So I'd like to start by going over and discussing each of the headers that appear in the top column, which would be on the Excel row 4. And I think we might want to zoom in so that we can actually, I don't know about you, but I definitely can't read the font this small. Okay, so let's zoom in so that we're all the way over at the very start of column 4 headers. Okay. So the first header there is the settlement term reference. And the way I read this is that it's intended to identify a specific paragraph number in the settlement agreement, which is hearing exhibit 143. Do I understand that correctly?
I share your understanding, yes.
Okay. And then the next column over, settlement item, I understand this to be, a high level summary of the settlement agreement term. Is that correct?
It is, and I think the intent, and I'll full disclosure of how we generated this document. And do you mind if I take like 2 minutes? I think I said this in my testimony, but I want to kind of say it again while we're talking, just to make sure we share understanding.
That's fine.
The intent of this document was to help estimate the impact for each of the terms that were being discussed and ultimately agreed to by settling parties. And when I say the impact, I mean the impact relative to the portfolio that was put forward in the company's direct case. So we just talked about that big ground up model that calculates everything. And while we were working through settlement, there's not enough time to rerun that entire model, to go in and to literally thousands of assumptions and change them to reflect the changes. So the intent of this document was to help settling parties translate from the words that are shown in column B into the numbers, and the numbers being the energy savings, the demand savings, the budget impact, all of those things, so that parties could get a sense of what the estimated changes would be. This document, in order to accomplish that, I had to share what those settlement terms were with the team of subject matter experts that were that ultimately build the model, that run the programs, the engineers, the product managers, the trade managers, all those people. And that process was ongoing as we were working through settlement. And so the text in column B, rows 5 on down, may not exactly match the settlement terms, but it was intended. And if it doesn't, it's probably because it may have came from a slightly earlier version of the settlement as we were working through it with parties, right? So this, again, full transparency, is the document in which I asked the product teams to estimate and summarize all of those estimates of the changes that would result from the settlement terms, showing the net of okay, if you took the original plan filing from our direct case and implemented the settlement terms, these are the deltas, these are the changes from that plan. So that was a very wordy answer to say, yes, column B is intended to reflect the text of the settlement terms and ultimately be a guide to my product teams that were calculating those values.
Thank you. So, and I think that's consistent with the written settlement testimony describing the attachment. Just wondering, I mean, I think that, you know, what you said and what was in the written testimony is that this document is to reflect changes as compared to the company's direct case based upon the settlement agreement. Did the company make changes in its rebuttal case, though?
So we did. What we filed in our rebuttal case is, I'm gonna ask my lawyers to jump in if I'm saying anything I shouldn't, because I'm not a lawyer and I get the intent of settlement, but sometimes the details between settlement and rebuttal escape me a little bit. The company, in our rebuttal case, we did not implement every change that you see in settlement, right? Some of them we supported, we agreed with, we thought were great ideas, and so we included them in our rebuttal case. Some of them, you know, if it wasn't, the reason that we included them in settlement was to bring parties around to also settle, right? Because I think, you know, what you would find if you asked every settling party is not every settling party agrees with or would be in favor of every single term in the settlement agreement, but holistically, we do all support the settlement agreement, right? And so similarly, or as an example of that, there are, in our rebuttal cases, there are changes that may not have been in the settlement agreement, and similarly, there are definitely changes in the settlement agreement that weren't that we did not put forward in our rebuttal case.
Okay, but the reason I brought up your rebuttal case is that I just wanted to confirm that if I want to figure out and interpret this data, that I don't need to look at your rebuttal case. I need to look at what your direct case said.
Correct.
Okay.
And and again, in response to your order, we kind of even went the next step and we provided the redlined plan, MRS 7 and 10, as well as the work paper that we just talked about, or the attachment 8, which is the model, which you almost don't even have to look at either the direct case or the settlement agreement, because those revised redline documents include everything, right? So our intent was give for the record, the entire new portfolio with not just estimates of what the changes would be, but ground up, rebuild the model to incorporate everything. And as just from a historic standpoint, we've tended to do that. We've done that in I believe at least the last few cases where we've had a settlement, but we've done it after we've gotten a final commission order. And so we just sort of we in full transparency, we accelerated that and accelerated a ton, and generated that for this hearing, you know, rather than at the end of the process once we have a final order. Now, you know, you may have changes to the settlement agreement. The commissioners may, you know, have changes to your recommended decision. And so we may still need to do another version of this. Fingers crossed we don't. It's a lot of work, but we understand that we may need to do that after a final commission order.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate all of the extra work that the company has put into giving me the information that I was looking for. I do think that the revised plan is incredibly helpful. So those efforts were not wasted. And I will have some questions for you about that document. But let's get through this one first. So moving on, we're still, and just for the record, hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-6, and we're looking at the executable, not the PDF, and we were looking at column 4. No, I'm sorry, row 4. And we were on column C. And so column C, and it's the third one, says KW, which I'm assuming means kilowatt. But can you tell me what the data that appears in that column is intended to represent?
Yes. And I think to do that, I'm going to start up in row 3, where you see that there's on the screen, it looks like it's in column G. It says 2024. That represents the year, the plan year 2024. And that year is applicable across multiple cells. And so that cell is actually joined between C3 and K3. And so first and foremost, what I'm going to talk about is just applicable to plan year 2024. We have replicated later on the same thing for plan year 25 and plan year 26, and then a total of the plan years kind of further to the right. But so for each plan year, we have a group of columns. And the first of those columns, which has a label in cell C4, is KW. And the KW that's represented there is what we refer to as net generator KW, which is the amount of KW savings that are coincident with our system peak, typically 2 to 6 p.m. hot summer weekdays. And specific, once we know that these are net generator KW, the value that's shown in each row represents the change in savings from starting with the direct case of the company and the change if we were to incorporate this particular settlement term. And so this is not the total KW for this term, but it's the change that this term would impose on the direct case, if you will. And so a negative value that says negative 26 means that this particular term will result in 26 kilowatts of reduced demand, peak coincident demand savings for this particular settlement term in 2024.
So negative value would be a reduction in demand savings as compared to the company's direct case.
Correct.
Okay. And you did bring up something I meant to ask you about before I got into the KW definition, and that is that we've got essentially the same column header terminology for 2024 and then again for 2025 and 2026. So if there's a different meaning for any of these terms based upon the year, I'm going to ask you to let me know as we go through. So just to start with the first one we just went over, which was the kilowatts, it's the same meaning for each place where it appears for 2025 and 2026?
Yes, as well as the same meaning for each line in which it appears.
Okay.
And when we get over to the columns that were added, which were over at the right, those have a slightly different meaning, but very, very similar. We can talk about those at the end.
All right, well, let's move on to the next header, and that is in, I'll call it 4D, and that's KWH, which I have to assume means kilowatt hours. Can you tell me what the data that's going to appear below this column for all years where it's showing up on the spreadsheet, what is it intended to represent?
Yes, it represents similarly the net generator kilowatt hours savings, and specifically the difference in net generator kilowatt hour savings when comparing the company's direct case to comparing the company's direct case with the settlement terms incorporated. And a positive value is indicative of this change would result in more energy savings, more kilowatt hour savings in once you implement the settlement terms versus the direct case, and a negative value would imply a reduction in savings from this particular measure.
So since we've got that first line under row 5 up on the screen, I might as well just ask you how it is that we have a reduction in the demand savings under the kilowatt column, and then an increase in the savings under the kilowatt hour column. I think that this program is the only one on the spreadsheet that is like that. So I'm hoping you can just give me a quick explanation.
It may be. So, and this particular change is impacting our non-cold climate air source heat pump measures. in the residential heating, ventilation, and air cooling HVAC program. And I'm going to try to keep this pretty high level, but feel free to ask additional questions. So a heat pump it's very similar to an air conditioner, except the major difference is that it can move heat in both directions. And so your air conditioner, a typical air conditioner, will remove heat from inside the building and transfer it to outside the building. Okay. A heat pump does that, but it can also take heat from outside the building and move it into the building during cold weather. And so a heat pump, and you'll kind of see this played out across the row, will have an impact both on the electric energy efficiency, and it'll have an impact on the beneficial electrification, right? So for a heat pump, you will get beneficial electrification savings because you are replacing gas usage from either a furnace or a boiler with this heat pump. And on the electric energy efficiency side, a heat pump is an air conditioner. And so it is being compared to the customer's baseline choice for putting in an air conditioner, which generally is a code minimum new unit. And when we think about heat pumps, they're more complicated than an air conditioner in that they have to do both heating and cooling. And so some heat pumps will do very well at heating and not as well at cooling. Some heat pumps will do very well at cooling and maybe really well at heating when it's not very cold outside, but not really well at cooling when it's colder outside. And those performance characteristics are really based on the design of the equipment. And we could probably get into a whole thesis about heat exchanger sizing and refrigerant charge and operating pressures, but suffice it to say, different pieces of equipment, different heat pumps will perform differently when it's really hot out versus when it's kind of hot out versus when it's, kind of cold out versus when it's really cold out. And this specific change that we're doing, Mr. Mark alluded to it earlier, the highest level way to think about it is we've had heat pump rebates in the market since 2021, since April of 2021. So we have a little more than 3 years of data. We used to incentivize heat pumps based on you get a certain rebate per unit. Okay. This change fundamentally changed that to say we're going to incentivize heat pumps based on how much they do of the thing they do. And so for non-cold climate heat pumps, it's based on the amount of the size, the amount of cooling energy they can transfer at a certain temperature. And for the cold climate, which is the next line, we can talk about it later, we incentivize them based on how much heating they can do at a really cold temperature. So with that background, effectively, the reason that you have negative kilowatt hour savings, but positive kilowatt hour savings, right? So the kilowatt reflects the performance when it's really hot out, those peak summer 2 to 6 p.m. hot summer weekdays, and the kilowatt hours reflect, they include those hours, but they also include all of the hours that you need cooling. So maybe it's 80 degrees and the performance of an air conditioner or a heat pump will be different at 80 degrees than it will be at 95. Changing the way we rebate customers will change the decisions that customers make. So a customer in the old scenario may have picked a heat pump that performed one way at 80 degrees and a different way at 95. And the new rebate methodology where we're paying them for the performance of the heat pump at that very hot temperature will impact which units they pick. And so we talked earlier about how we have this bottom-up modeling of every decision that's made by customers. Implementing this change, we believe, will change the pieces of equipment that are picked. And so in this case, you'll probably get units, you may get more units, and just looking at both the electric and the BE budget increasing, what I would interpret these results to say is we're going to get more potentially non-cold climate air source heat pumps but they won't do as well at really hot temperatures. They'll do better at sort of the kind of hot temperatures, which is where you'll get kWh savings versus those peak kW savings. And so, yes, those units will still save at peak, but they won't save as much as the mixture of units we would have gotten in the company's direct case without this settlement change.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that explanation. Looking at the next column header, which is 4E on hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-6. It's electric budget. Could you explain what the values that appear under this header are intended to represent?
Yeah, so this is specific to the electric energy efficiency budget, and it is the dollar value, the estimated dollar value, either increase or decrease if it's positive, decrease if it's negative, to the amount that we believe we would need to spend to get to these savings. And so if in this case, this change will increase the amount of electric energy efficiency budget we believe that the residential HVAC program would spend because of implementing this change.
An increase or decrease?
If it was negative, it would be a decrease, as you see in row 6 is a negative. Yep.
Okay, thanks. And then the next header over, which is in 4F, electric DR budget. Can you tell me what the information in that column is intended to represent?
Very similar to column E. However, instead of it being the electric energy efficiency budget, it's the electric demand response budget that would be impacted. I think there are fewer settlement terms that impact that.
Okay. Next column over says DTH. Tell me what values in that column are intended to represent.
So these are specific to the natural gas energy efficiency savings, and decatherms is the unit of savings. These are net decatherms that show up in the natural gas energy efficiency portfolio. And again, positive would imply that we're getting more savings from the change. Negative would imply that we're getting less savings from the change.
And then the next column over, and that's, let's see, 4H, says gas EE budget. Please describe what the information that appears in the column under this header are intended to represent.
Are intended to represent the change in the gas energy efficiency budget from the settlement term. Once again, a positive value would represent an increase in the budget, and a negative value would represent a decrease in the budget.
All right, and then for the next header over, which is 4I, it says BEDTH, which I'm assuming means beneficial electrification decatherms, but please elaborate on what the information in that column is intended to represent.
It does, and more specifically, it means beneficial electrification net decatherms. And it is similarly the change between the direct case and the settlement case, or what the change that the settlement term would result or would do to the direct case. Positive means you save more decatherms. Negative means you save less. And one just formatting point that I don't know that we have talked about, we did try to show a different color in those headers. We have kind of that salmon color for electric energy efficiency. We have sort of mustardy yellow for gas energy efficiency, and we have this bluish gray for beneficial electrification, and we kind of grouped them together in that same way.
Okay, great. Let's move on to the next header, which is in column 4J. BE other fuels DTH savings. Could you please explain what the information in that column is intended to represent?
Yes, and I'm gonna go back and talk a little bit about I4 for 1 second to show a distinction between I and J. So the beneficial electrification decatherms, the net beneficial electrification decatherms that we talked about in I, are those are natural gas decatherms that are saved, and the term decatherm is a unit of measure of energy, right? And so it is agnostic to what provides that energy. You could have a decatherm equivalent for gasoline or diesel or natural gas, right? But historically, our gas DSM programs have only focused on natural gas, and so the term decatherm we've used sort of synonymously with natural gas. And so that's what column I refers to. Those are natural gas decatherm savings. Column J, however, if in our direct case, we proposed beneficial electrification that was not converting the customer end use from natural gas. Well, the majority of what we proposed was converting customer used natural gas to electricity. However, we also proposed a few measures that were termed outdoor equipment. So things like lawn mowers and weed whackers, those sorts of things that didn't save natural gas. They instead converted a delivered fuel such as gasoline or potentially diesel into electricity, right? And this quantity in column J was meant to describe the changes to those savings. So those are beneficial electrification, but they are fuels other than natural gas that are saved. And that was, you can look at the history and the strategic issues record and how the goals factor in and how those savings contribute either to goals or to our incentive. But and this column is really the most relevant in one of the settlement terms where the company agreed with parties to remove the incentives for and really those programs for outdoor equipment. And so you'll see this term in the direct case, you'll see it in settlement discussions, but if you look at the red line plan, it will be all zeros because the company is not offering at this time rebates or programs to save other fuel decatherms in our revised case.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Let's move on to the next header, and that is in 4K BE budget. What information in that column is intended to represent? That
is the beneficial electrification budget. So the forecasted spend that would fall under that budget. Again, a positive number is indicative of an increase in spend, and a negative number is indicative of a reduction in spend.
And I get that some of these questions, it may seem obvious, but I can guarantee it's going to be helpful for me when I go back to make sure I know I'm understanding all of this correctly and I'm interpreting it correctly. So I appreciate your patience.
Well, I think this is my fault in that I was not more clear in the column headings, right? As I mentioned, this started as an internal working document, and a lot of the background the team knows and lives day in, day out. So we could have done a better job of making it more clear for external consumption.
Okay, I'd like to see if we can just scroll on the screen so that we can get all the way over to the far right part of the spreadsheet. Okay, so I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the last subset of headers here, and that would be all the headers that appear under total overall years 2024 to 2026, which those headers are in 4AD through AL that we've got on the screen here. You don't need to go through the detail of redefining every single header in there. I just want to get a sense for what these columns are intended to represent.
Yeah, these columns are intended to represent the summation of the values shown earlier in the spreadsheet for each individual year in one total. And this was responsive to our interpretation of one of your points in the order that asked for totals by rows and columns. And so the way you could think about this is if I added up this how this change impacts all 3 years, and I put that number into one column, they would be indicative. From and you probably, if you could, if I could ask the court reporter to click into cell AD5, you should see that that is just a formula that adds up the same column for each of the individual years. It should just be an executable Excel formula there.
Casey, why don't you go ahead and do that? Click on AD5, which the number underneath is a negative 85. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, and so that equation, you know, if I was to read it out loud, it says C5 plus L5 plus U5, and the column C is the KW for impact for 24, column L is the KW impact for 25, and column U is the KW impact for 26. And so this is just a mathematic equation to add those up so that you can see the total value.
Okay, thanks. And just for the record, the equation that Mr. Schoenheider was just referring to is the live equation that shows up on this Excel version that we have been looking at, so that you can see how the figures were added up. And then again, for the record, we're still looking at hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS6 executable. Okay, it is 12 o'clock right now, and unfortunately, we are nowhere near done. I still have, it's not a ton of questions, but enough to definitely warrant a lunch break. And I've got like 10 pages of questions here. So I think we will go ahead and take a break. We'll make it an hour long. And as of right now, I am still thinking I'm going to want to ask UCA and staff's witness a couple of pretty brief questions after we get back and we finish with the company's witnesses. So hopefully during the break, the parties and the company specifically, you can look for the settlement agreement, the pages of the settlement agreement that are essentially incorporated into our settlement agreement. And I'm referring to the incorporation of settlement terms from, I think it was 23A-0242E, which we discussed earlier. And again, I do want to get that into the record since it doesn't appear that we have it. You can just prepare as an exhibit the pages of that settlement agreement that are essentially incorporated into our settlement agreement. So hopefully we can get that prepared for when we return from our recess. Before we take our break, is there anything else that we should address?
Yeah, maybe we just. Nothing at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, and I will take everybody else's silence to mean nobody else has any other issue to raise before we take our recess. It's now about 12:03. We will be in recess until 1:05. And again, I'll just remind you all that the live webcast stream will continue during our recess. All right, we will be in recess. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Before we go back on the record, let me just check in with my court reporter. Tracy, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, we'll go back on the record. And where we left off, I was asking Mr. Schoenheider some questions, and I still have some more questions. So I'll just remind you, you're still under oath. I'm not going to re-swear you. But before I pick that up, I just want to check in with the parties to see if there's anything else we should address first.
Your Honor, we did prepare that exhibit of the 23A-0242E settlement agreement for you if you want to move that now, or we can do that at another time.
Now let's go ahead and do it now. Let's, is it in your box folder?
It is, yeah, it's been marked as hearing exhibit 146.
Okay, let's see if we can get that opened up on the screen. Okay, let's scroll to the next page. Keep going. All right, let's scroll down this page. Okay, it looks like pages 3 and 4 of the exhibit 146 include the terms that were incorporated by reference in the settlement agreement in this case. I got that right, Ms. Caliendo?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, do you want to move to admit the exhibit?
Yes, we will move for admission of hearing exhibit 146.
Any objection to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 146? All right, there being no objection, hearing exhibit 146 is admitted into evidence. All right, thank you for doing that. Okay, so with that, let's continue my examination of Mr. Schoenheider. All right, let's pull up. Well, actually, before we pull up the next attachment that I want to review, I just have a quick question that about attachment we discussed. And that was that modeling document, hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-8. I don't think we need to pull it up. I just want to ask you, does the company have a name for this modeling document that I could use to refer to it in my decision?
We do. And I'm going to preface this by saying this is the name we started with years and years ago. We refer to it as the GBGB, which stands for the Great Big, Great Big.
G as in go, B as in boy, G as in go, B as in boy.
Yes.
Great big, great big. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, now let's pull up hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-7. And this is the red line version of the company's DSM and BE plan that is supposed to highlight changes to the original plan based upon the settlement agreement and other corrections that the company identified. And I think you've testified to that, and we have heard that from Mr. Mark as well. So I've got a number of questions about this. Let's see. All right, let's go to page 630. Okay, so on the screen, we see the start of a really big table. And I'm going to have some questions about it, but I'm just wondering if, as an initial matter, you can tell me what this table is.
Yes. So this table is an excerpt from the executable file, the GBGB. And what it communicates is sort of the results of the model, the output of the model by different measure groups. And if at a super high level, this shows what our forecasted participation will be, what the and with that participation, what the forecasted energy savings, rebate amounts, all of those sort of outputs from that model. And so I talked about earlier when we were walking through attachment MRS 8, I talked about how there's all those different inputs that go in. This is kind of the, it's the output at a pretty itemized level, so that you could see, for example, how many of a particular type of measure we expect will be implemented. And it shows some of the details for that measure. And it's kind of intermediate because it's not having to dig all the way into that model, but it also is at a much more detailed level than some of the summary tables that show up in the earlier in this same document.
Okay, that's very helpful. And that's what I was thinking that this document is, but it's helpful to get that in the record. So I want to walk through all of the headers in this table to make sure I understand what the information that appear below those headers is intended to represent. That way I can make sure I'm interpreting the document correctly. So just bear with me. And again, some of these questions may seem like, wow, that answer is very obvious. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not assuming anything incorrectly. Okay, so the first header in the column is program. So what is the information in that column intended to represent?
Yeah, so that is the name of the program that each of these measures rolls up under. And when I say rolls up, it means both functionally in how we run the programs, but also, and maybe more valuable to this context, earlier in this document, we have summary tables that talk about, at a program level. Like you may, and would you mind zooming in a little bit?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask our legal assistant to zoom in. If you could zoom in on the top column so that we can focus in on those headers. And it's okay if not all of the headers show up on the screen. We just need to be able to read them. This is a long document, so it might take a little time. There we go. Can you read that okay?
Yes, there you go. Okay, so as an example, right, there are 4 lines that all have the same program name, and that program name is Affordable New Home Construction, Colorado. And the measure group is, those are all parts of that program. And so you see details for each of those measure groups here. But when you see this same program earlier in the document, you just may see one line for affordable new home construction, and it would sort of be all of these measures rolled up together. So, and would it be, from a process standpoint, would it, if I just started walking through each column from left to right, would that speed up the process at all, or do we want to keep with the back and forth?
Well, it might, but I always try to avoid narratives.
That's fair.
Narratives.
I will respond to questions.
I'm confident that would result in a narrative, but why don't we go ahead and get started? And if it's too much, then I'll stop you. And what I really just need it to be very clear in how you describe it is to just identify the language in the header, and what each of the header, the information below each of the headers is intended to represent. And as you go, if I've got a question about one of those headers, I'll wave my hand at you to get you to stop. So go ahead and start. The next column over is measure group.
Perfect. So the measure group is it's sort of the next level down from program, and the information there is, it's intended to, they're generally still a summary of many customer decisions, but grouped together into like items. And so again, these are both, the program and the measure group are a way to categorize all of the predicted individual decisions that customers make into like categories. The third column is titled Measure Lifetime, and then in parentheses years. And that is meant to represent the number of years that the savings will persist for a given decision. And in the units on that are years.
Okay, let me stop you there. So you said for a given decision. I guess I had thought this meant for a given specific measure.
Yes, and more specifically for when I say decision, I mean we are trying to get customers. The entire concept of DSM, demand side management, is to influence customers to make decisions that they wouldn't otherwise make, and those decisions are generally a measure, right? And so, if we were to, I'm going to look down at kind of near the bottom of the page. A good example is compressed air dash Colorado, and then cycling dryers. The decision that we're trying to make there is we're going to give a customer a rebate, offer them a rebate, so that they install a cycling air dryer rather than a dryer that runs all the time, right? And that decision we're trying to incentivize. In this case, we think the average rebate amount that we would have to give them is, $1,433 to make that decision. And the 20 years, the measure life in this context represents, we believe that piece of equipment that they install will last for 20 years. And so the energy savings would persist for those 20 years.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you for that. So let's move on to the next header, rebate amount in dollars.
Rebate amount dollars from all of those hundreds of rebates that we think will happen under each of these measure groups. That's the average of all of those, the average rebate dollars that we think that we would need to offer a customer to make that decision.
For an individual measure.
Correct. Per unit. And as we get to the right side of this table, you'll see there should be a column for participants and a column for units. And so each unit that we rebate would, we believe, require this rebate to get the desired outcome.
Okay, great. Let's move on to the next column, incremental cost in dollars.
Yep, so that is also in dollars. And we define the incremental cost as the difference in cost between getting the customer to do what they would have done versus what we want them to do. And it sounds like a little bit of a complicated quantity, and it is. And I will illustrate with two different cases. One case is if the customer has a failed piece of equipment that they need to replace, then the incremental cost represents the difference between the high efficiency option versus the low efficiency option. So if you think about it, if a customer has an air conditioner that fails, they don't have an option to keep using the old air conditioner. So we build out two scenarios. One scenario is the thing we want them to do, which in this case is put in a high efficiency heat pump. And in the other case, it would be to put in a code minimum air conditioner. And so the incremental cost would be the difference in cost that the customer would pay between those two options. So if the heat pump costs $20,000 and an air conditioner costs $8,000, the incremental cost would show up as $12,000. Okay. The other case is if the customer has a perfectly valid do nothing option. So if their existing piece of equipment is working, then the incremental cost would be the full cost of the new measure. And the example I would give there is in an office, most offices already have lighting and their lighting works, but we have programs that are designed to have a customer to go in and replace their working lighting with new lighting that uses less energy. And so the incremental cost for that case would be the full cost of that new lighting because they didn't have to do anything. So they could have just kept going with their old lighting.
Okay, and so when we're talking about incremental costs, it sounds like we're talking about the customers, to the customer, the incremental cost, not to the company.
Correct. And this is tying this back to some of the testimony from Mr. Mark earlier. This incremental cost is one of the very large contributors to the cost effectiveness of a measure or a portfolio. And so if there's a high incremental cost to the customer, regardless of whether or not the utility program pays a large portion of that high incremental cost would make one measure less cost effective versus if you could get the same savings out of a measure that had a lower incremental cost, that measure would be more cost effective.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the next column I think we have is annual customer kilowatt kWh savings and the units are kWh per year. kWh stands for kilowatt hours, the same as we talked about in the last one. And this is, the values are a representation of the first year savings. And so the distinction there is these are not, if you, well, let's take an example. That first line item has 208 kilowatt hours per year. And so every year, this measure would save 208 kilowatt hours. It will do that for 30 years. And so this 208 is not the product of 30 years times 200, right? Over the lifetime of this measure, it'll actually save whatever, 6,240 kilowatt hours. But first year annual customer savings is 208 kilowatt hours.
Okay, all right, let's look at the next column over.
The next one is annual customer peak coincident demand savings, PCKW. And this is the amount of savings that happen coincident with our generation system highest load time, which is that same 2 to 6 p.m. hot summer weekdays. And these are the amount of kW savings that this measure would happen to save during, on average, during that period.
All right, let's move on to the next column over.
Next one is gas savings, decatherms, DTH. And that is the amount of natural gas savings that would happen in the first year. So this is very similar to the annual customer kWh savings, but just on the gas side.
All right, and then for the next column over.
The next one is peak gas savings, decatherms per hour. And this is very similar to that customer peak coincident demand savings, but it's on the gas side. And the one note is that this savings doesn't happen on the hot summer weekdays. It happens on the cold winter mornings. So it's when you think about the gas system, our gas system peaks. When I say peak, meaning there's the largest demand from customers for natural gas on the really cold mornings. And the electric system peaks, meaning there's the largest demand for electricity on the hot summer weekdays. So these are this peak savings, peak gas savings, decatherms per hour is sort of the corollary to the annual customer peak coincident demand savings on the electric side.
And, just to make it clear in the record, as I understand how those numbers are presented, maybe some of those numbers, the decimal point would have to be very far over, and therefore it would be too big to fit in the column. And so the plus minuses are to represent the direction in which the decimal point would move. Is that right?
Yes, that is fairly standard how Microsoft Excel shows scientific notation. You'll notice that for many of these, it's 0. And some of that is the fact that some of these are measures that save only electricity, and so there would be 0 annual decatherm savings as well as 0 decatherms per hour.
All right, let's move to the next column over.
Okay, the next column is non-energy O&M, which stands for operation and maintenance savings, and the units are dollars. And this is a quantification of the dollar value of things that are either saved or they're extra used that are not energy that are part of this incremental analysis. And an example I'll give is one of our energy efficiency measures is replacing a shower head. So the little part right on your shower where the water comes out with a lower flow unit. Generally, most people take showers with hot water. And so if you put a lower flow shower head, it saves hot water, which saves the gas to heat that water. But the other thing it saves is that actual water. And we all pay for water, right? And so this is the dollar value in that case of the water that you save, because that should and does factor into the cost effectiveness of that measure. So this is quantifying either the benefit or the penalty for those things that are saved that aren't energy, that aren't kilowatt hours or decatherms.
Well, how does that relate to O&M, which I assume to be operating and maintenance?
It's probably, well, it's the term that we have applied to it, and it's kind of an industry standard way of talking about it. And I used water as an example. There are examples of more traditional operation and maintenance that would be included here. As an example, evaporative coolers are a relatively efficient way of cooling air for a space. They might require the evaporative media, the pad, to be replaced frequently. And so that would be a supply that's needed on a regular basis. And so that would be an O&M penalty, meaning there's an extra cost from using the evaporative cooler versus if you're using a refrigerated air conditioner instead. So the term O&M here applies to the things you might typically think of as operation maintenance, as well as other distinctly quantifiable things that we can monetize to truly reflect the incremental choice between your baseline option and your proposed option.
Okay, so the savings that we're talking about under this category, the non-energy O&M savings, seems like maybe they're relevant to the customer side, customer savings only, is that correct?
I wouldn't say only. They definitely are relevant to the customer side. They are also by definition included in the modified total resource cost test, the MTRC, which is the primary test by which DSM programs are evaluated. And the thought concept there is that test is intended to reflect how good a particular measure or particular choice is for society. And if you have a whole bunch of an example I would give, and I'll go back to that evaporative cooler, is it uses a lot less energy and it's a lot cheaper. So those are good, but it needs water to run, which a standard air conditioner doesn't. And so it would not be a fair societal test if you only counted the benefits. You actually have to count the sort of penalties in there as well. Right.
Okay.
So these are definitely though customer costs that are incorporated into that analysis.
Okay, but I just want to make sure I understand that it's not about the companies, any company O&M costs.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, great. Let's move on to the next column, gas demand, targeted area penetration by percentage.
So the company in our strategic issues docket, we introduced a concept of targeted demand areas, TDAs. Those were specific to the gas, to measures that reduce gas consumption, and specifically to measures that reduce gas consumption on that peak gas hour. So go 2 columns back. And the concept is that we want to incentivize customers in areas of our gas system that have supply constraints. So the infrastructure in the ground is very close to the needed amount of capacity that customers are asking for, right? And so that's a new concept in this strategic issues docket that was agreed to, and we're implementing it for the first time in this plan. And we don't know where all of those rebates will happen. And so this percentage is our forecast of how many of a particular rebate will happen in a targeted demand area. Now, this is for planning purposes, and part of that decision out of strategic issues is when we actually book each individual rebate, we will identify whether it happened in a targeted demand area or not. And so we will only claim this benefit for those that happen in a targeted demand area. And so this is from a transparency perspective, saying, okay, we think this many or this percentage of the measures that happen, and we'll see further to the right, you'll see like numbers of units. And so like of those units, this is the percentage that will happen within a targeted demand area.
Okay. Do you know if this document or if it's elsewhere in other exhibits identifies the specific targeted gas demand targeted areas that we're talking about?
Yeah, it should be earlier in this document. And I know I don't have a specific reference though.
That's okay. As long as you're telling me you think it's in there, I can certainly dig that up at a later date. I just wanted to know if it was there somewhere. And I definitely understand the concept that you're talking about. If I guess I'll just repeat it and you can tell me if I've got this right. So the idea behind these gas demand targeted area are essentially we want to target those areas to further promote certain types of measures that may help ultimately avoid having to put in a lot of resources into expanding the gas system based upon current capacity issues.
Exactly. Yep. And
okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Great. All right, let's talk about the next column over, electric NTGs by percent.
Yes. NTG stands for net to gross. And this is a factor that describes the attribution of what happens to what the company and our programs motivated to happen. And you can think of it as for every, I'm going to take an example of every light bulb that gets installed and rebated through our program. If there's a value here for net to gross that's less than 100%, that means that in essence, we didn't necessarily motivate 100% of that light bulb. And in practical terms, what it means and the way you can think about it is if we look down at, one of the rows a few ways down is 93%, right? And I need to move, if I can see, there we go. That means that of the savings and of the people that participated, we only motivated 93% of it. 7% of them would have done it anyway, and they just happened to get the rebate and happened to participate in our programs, right? So it's a factor that basically reduces the amount of credit that we get for things that some people may have done without our programs. And specifically, this is what's applied to the electric results. That's why it's electric net to gross. And then the next column, gas net to gross, is the same concept, but on the gas measures. And you may see some of those have a different value between electric and gas.
Great. Let's move on to the next column over, the install rate percentage.
So the install rate is the installation rate, and it is the percentage of those units that were purchased and rebated that actually got installed. Generally, it's a very high percentage because we do quite a bit of monitoring and measurement and verification to follow up, but it's not always 100%, right? An example where we don't have it on the screen, but I would guess that like within our school education kit program, some of the measures have an installation rate of less than 100%, right? We distribute the kit to the schools, the teacher walks through it, they have educational lessons around it. It's a great experience. The kids take it home, and not necessarily every light bulb, every aerator, every shower head doesn't necessarily get installed. And so this installation rate reflects the amount of products and rebates that we've given out that don't actually get installed.
Okay, that makes sense. Let's move on to the next column.
So the next three I'm going to talk about together, which are the 2024 electric units, 2025 electric units, and 2026 electric units. And these are the forecasted number of each of these measures that we believe will be installed in each given year.
Okay, let's move on to the next grouping of columns.
The next three are the 2024 gas units, 2025 gas units, and 2026 gas units. Same concept. These are the number of units that we believe will be installed in each of those years.
Okay, So I'm going to test my understanding of this table based on what you've explained to me. If I wanted to figure out, what the total rebate amount budgeted for a specific measure for a specific year, I could look at, say, for example, whatever is identified. Let's say we'll start with the first item on the list. There's 0 units identified or forecasted for 24 and 25. So I'll look at 2026, and there's 25 units forecasted that will be implemented in 2026. And then I could take that number, 25, multiply it by the rebate dollar amount listed, which is $5,023. And that should tell me how much of the budget the company is planning on dedicating towards this for rebates. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay. And then I want to see, sort of test my understanding in terms of figuring out the annual total kilowatt savings. So would I then also basically do a similar exercise, take the number of units that are identified in the spreadsheet for the specific measure, and then multiply that times, let's see, the annual customer kilowatt hour savings to get the annual amount for all units that are forecasted for that year?
That would give you the annual amount of customer kilowatt hour savings.
Mm-hmm.
And there are, if you want to compare that sort of to the number that we actually get credit for, there are a couple further numbers that have to be factored in. And one would be the installation rate, right? So if all of those don't get installed, we wouldn't get credit for all of the savings. The second would be the net to gross rate, whereas if they do get installed, but we weren't responsible for them getting installed, then, it would be lower. And then the third modifier, which is not shown here, but is shown in the deeper technical assumptions, is that conversion from the savings that happen at a customer's house to the savings that happen at the generator. And those two are different because there's some amount of electrical line loss that happens between the generator and the customer house. And that shows up, it is a reduction in voltage. So anytime that electricity passes through a wire, the voltage there's some resistance inherent in that wire. And so the voltage at one end is slightly lower than the voltage at the other end. And we, as a utility, we have to generate the voltage and sort of eat the losses, if you will, on the way. But the savings that we take credit for are the savings that happen at the generator. So it includes what happens at the customer side, plus any of the losses along the way.
So if I wanted to go through some of these other columns and figure out totals based upon the number of projected units per year, would I basically do that same exercise? And are there any other sort of caveats like you just explained to me as it relates to the annual peak customer coincident demand savings? I'm sorry, the annual customer kilowatt savings.
Kilowatt hour savings. Generally speaking, your methodology is correct, right? And that was the intent of providing this table in this format. There are on, some of these net to gross may count or may apply or may not. And so there's definitely nuance there. And that's the reason that this same table shows up within the MRS, what is it, 8, attachment MRS 8, the GBGB we talked about earlier, that shows cradle to grave all of those calculations. And you can see, where line loss applies. And I mean, there are nuance of even like, it's a slightly different line loss for the annual energy, the kilowatt hour savings than it is for the peak KW savings, because at peak you have more voltage drop. And so this, so all of that nuance is within that executable file. This is the math that you walked through gets you very close, but it's not going to type perfectly unless you incorporate all of those nuance. And again, that's all executed within that model file.
So it'd be more like an approximation.
Yes.
Okay. I think that answers the questions I had about this table, but let's just leave this exhibit up because we might turn to a couple of different pages here in a minute. So as we've discussed a couple of times, hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS 7, which is on the screen, is the updated plan to reflect settlement agreement changes and then other corrections. And this is the red line version. And I'll just say, in going through, there's a ton of tables in this document, and going through and looking at them, I can tell that there are changes, because for a lot of these tables, there's like a big box of a red line. And let's go to page 5 as an example. Yeah, so you see how there's a red line around the box, but there's no red line of any of these numbers. And I recognize that your settlement testimony does give a high level overview of these red lines, but I'll just say what I'm struggling to figure out is what in the tables that are like this are changed based upon the settlement agreement versus a correction that might have been made. Is there any way for me to figure that out?
I don't think so, no. And I think the approach that we took, and I'll, being very candid, the magnitude of changes from the settlement agreement and each of the line items was much, much greater than the magnitude of changes from corrections. And in my settlement testimony, I described the specific corrections that were identified, and I believe there were 4 of them. Versus when we think through the settlement terms, there were in the ballpark of 30-ish settlement terms, of which a significant number of those impacted the numbers, and they generally didn't impact one number, right? They kind of propagated through. They may have impacted numbers in multiple prep measures or multiple products. So at a very high level, the majority of the red lines are due to settlement changes, deliberate settlement changes. And it may be helpful if you're trying to understand the impact of the changes that were from errors to look at my settlement testimony, where I describe in words what the errors were, and then I put quantification of the impact or approximate quantification of the impact of those errors, whether it was in dollars or decatherms or kilowatt hours. So that's probably the best place, the easiest place to get an understanding of what they were.
Okay. And I did review that, and I think that probably appears around pages 24 to 26 of your settlement testimony, which is hearing exhibit 145. And I don't think we need to get into that any beyond what we've already discussed. But if I wanted to figure out the difference between what we have in MRS-7 versus what was in the company proposed in its original case, the original plan, I would need to probably do a line by line comparing the exact tables from the direct case to the tables that appear in this document. Is that about right?
Yes, and I will apologize a little for, the document is primarily native to Microsoft Word, which has pretty good track changes, red line, version controllability. Our modeling, which is the base for all of the tables, is Microsoft Excel, which really doesn't have as sophisticated of revision control. And when you get into the meat of the model, it's very not, I won't say every cell would have changed, but once you change a few cells, the changes propagate, and many changes, many cells end up changing, especially all of the total cells. So yes, unfortunately well, two thoughts. One is, unfortunately, it is hard to track through and identify the impact of an individual change. But the other thought is, you're not alone. Settling parties, right, who are used to seeing these, they've worked with these, we were, arm in arm working on changes with them, have reviewed and are supportive of the revised plan, right, in its entirety. And I think I would offer that is, that complete document is probably more important to understand and be comfortable with than the document from the direct case that was then modified by the settlement. Focus on the sort of the revised, updated document, which is what we're asking for approval of. And again, settling parties, I think, are already on board with that.
Okay. Right now, I want to shift to talk about the company's implementation of its current DSM BE plan for calendar year 2024. Mr. Mark said you would be able to answer my questions about this. So as you know, you probably should know by now, I approved extending the company's current DSM BE plan from proceeding number 22A-0315EG until the plan in this case becomes effective. And so I just want to get a sense for how that implementation has gone thus far, because obviously all the numbers we're looking at here still include 2024. So this would give me an idea of how we've done thus far. I understand it's a different plan, but it certainly does affect progress towards targets and potentially budgets as well. So can you tell me where the company is with your spending for each of the main pieces in 2024? And by main pieces, I mean electric EE, gas EE, beneficial electrification, and demand management, DM.
Yeah, and I can give a high level overview. I do not have in front of me or prepared specific numbers on savings or spend for each of the portfolios. At a very high level, we'll start with electric EE, electric energy efficiency. It has been incredibly successful year to date. We have had very, very strong participation from the business sector, a lot of that coming through business lighting. We have had what I would say is more normal participation levels for residential energy efficiency and for income qualified energy efficiency on the electric side. The portfolio has been so successful on the electric side that we are actually contemplating and being very transparent with the commission and stakeholders that we may need to take various steps to slow down the spending and the achievement so that we don't exceed the base budget plus flexibility for electric energy efficiency in 2024.
So what has the spending been then? on the electric EE.
And these numbers are not exact, but I think to date, we're in the ballpark of $70 million spent and a little over 400 gigawatt hours saved. We did file a, I don't even know the exact name of the type of document we filed with the commission on July 31st that gave them sort of an informative, hey, here's where we're at year to date, and here's what our forecast is currently. And that forecast, and it solely around electric energy efficiency. So I think to date, we were in the ballpark of $70 million and a little over 400 gigawatt hours. I think our forecasted year end, if we don't, if we continue running sort of as we have been, the forecast for spend was, it was close. It was just under 120 million and close to, it was over 600 gigawatt hours. I think it was close to 700. I would, if it would be beneficial to reference that, we have more precise numbers documented in that communication to the commission on, I think we filed that on July 31st.
That actually would be pretty helpful for me to have in the record. So hope maybe by the time we recess today, your council can get that document and get it marked so we can get it into evidence.
Okay.
So just kind of circling back on what you just described, I'm sorry, I just don't remember these numbers all off the top of my head, but it sort of sounded like here we are in August. This report was filed at the end of July reflecting implementation up to when?
Up to the end of July. So it was pretty much instant, like as close. And to be fair, there's a whole lot sort of influx. And so it was our best snapshot of existing conditions.
Okay. So with just shy of 8 months of implementation, the company has spent approximately $70 million on the electric EE budget and has achieved, I think you said, approximately, was it 400 gigawatts of savings?
Gigawatt hours. So
gigawatt hours, sorry.
Yep.
So I don't remember what the savings gigawatt hours goal target is, but I think, I mean, it sounds to me like you've already met that for 2024. Is that right?
No. So within the 2023 plan under which we're operating, the target is 500 gigawatt hours, and the base budget is for electric EE is 78 million, with 20% presumed prudence would, so the value with that presumed prudence is $93.6 million. And so if I can, at a high level, one way to sort of look at and think about the to date is both the spending and savings are approximately at the same sort of ratios or the same points, if you will. So they're sort of scaling kind of linear. The savings is a little bit ahead, but that has more to do with where those savings were happening. And so like our commercial programs tend to be a lower cost per kilowatt hour than our income qualified programs. And so I think we are at a very high level, the sort of high level summary is we've, if you think about 400 gigawatt hours of achievement relative to a 500 gigawatt hour goal, that's about 80% of the goal. And our spend at roughly $70 million compared to 78, which is the base budget, and then 93.6. If you compare 70 to 78, that's, about 90%. But if you compare 70 to 93.6, that's, less than sort of 80%. So our savings are at about 80% of the goal, and our spend is somewhere between 70 and 90, depending on which number you use. But as you pointed out, we are not, we're 2/3 of the way through the year. And so and the reason we brought that forward to the commission is our forecast for, what we see talking to customers, talking to our trade partners, what we see from rebates that, as we're receiving them, we anticipate we would well exceed both the savings target as well as the spend target. And as Mr. Mark talked about earlier, there are customer and societal and system benefits from those savings over the goal, right? So every gigawatt hour that we save above that 500 gigawatt hour goal still benefits customers in that they save money on their bills. It benefits non-participating customers because it reduces marginal energy costs and reduces the amount of infrastructure we'd have to build. And there are societal benefits because it reduces carbon emissions. So all those are still happening. The key and really the reason we filed is for transparency. We want to make sure everybody is aware of the situation. And we've also started working with parties on what should we do, right? Because there are very real consequences to customers and trade partners if we were to pause or pull back any of the programs, versus there are also very real consequences if we were to overspend that budget plus the presumed prudence.
Okay. It sounds like the company is potentially going to, delve into, let's say, assuming that budget is the budget that we've talked about in our case here, which is a 78 million base. And then you've got the flex budget above that, I think up to about 93. And assuming we're applying it into that sort of framework, the company has spent 70 million. You might end up with about, 10% into the base, the budget flexibility amount in order to meet the goal. Does that sound about right?
Possibly, yeah. And I think in one thing to note, the budget for the electric EE in 23 is the same as the budget for the electric EE in 24. However, the goal shifts. The goal in 23 was 500 gigawatt hours. The goal in 24 was 440 gigawatt hours. But similarly, there are underlying corresponding reasons in what programs we can offer that changed, which is why the commission changed the goals and reduced the goals. So it's the money side is pretty apples to apples, but the savings side is not as apples to apples from 23 to 24.
Okay, so let me get to the point as to what I'm trying to get at here and trying to figure out. And that is, the company has been very successful in its electric EE implementation for this year, and is in fact not far off from meeting the target. What I'm wondering is, do we really need to use all of the flex budget if looking, at even just this year's performance alone, the company is doing pretty well, and most of that has been done outside of the flex budget?
So as Mr. Mark alluded to, our goal and our intent is to not use, or to use as little of the flex budget as we can, right? We have, our success, right, is tied to getting the most savings we can with the least cost. So that is our intent. That underlies everything we do. I think that recent performance, as well as some of the potential studies and whatnot, show that it's likely we will need to use a portion of, or maybe the majority of, the flex budget to achieve goals. I do think that, some of the drivers for the participation in 2023 may not exist or may not be the same in 2024. And so I think there's, what's the catchphrase at the beginning of every investor thing? Past performance is not indicative of future returns, whatever that phrase is, right? I think that applies to some degree here too, right? If we could precisely predict the future, none of us would be doing what we're doing right now. We would be sitting on a beach somewhere. So I do think it informs and it's relevant, but I would not make the statement that the performance in 24 would indicate that we'll be able to meet the goals in this 24 to 26 plan without using the flex budget. I don't think that's true.
Okay, so we talked about electric EE implementation this year. What about the other plan elements, gas EE?
Yeah, so I started with electric EE because really it's the headline. It's the one that's sort of out of the normal. The gas energy efficiency beneficial, and we'll move to gas energy efficiency now, because in the 23 plan, the gas energy efficiency budget and savings takes into account both the gas energy efficiency as well as the beneficial electrification. Those two within the 23 plan were combined. 2024, the plan that we're litigating now, the 24 to 26 plan, is the first plan in which we uniquely split those out into budgets and split those out into unique goals. And so at a high level, the 2023, the year-to-date 2024 performance of the gas EE portfolio is in line and on track to hit basically the budgets and goals that were carried over from the 23 plan.
With or without using flex budgets?
Using the flex budgets, which is consistent with performance we had in calendar year 23, as well as performance in calendar year 22.
Okay, and then the document that you were talking about earlier that was filed on July 31st that we're hoping maybe your attorney can find for us, does that include information also about the gas piece?
I don't believe that it does, because I believe and I don't want to spoil the story for electric demand response, but both electric demand response and gas EE are kind of operating sort of within normal expectations and parameters. The focus of that document was electric EE because it is far more successful than we have been in previous years.
Okay. You sort of alluded to other elements and how they're doing. So I'm hoping you can elaborate on that. And as I understood it, in the 2024, I guess, plan, we don't have it broken down between gas EE and BE. It's all just one category. Is that right?
No, in the 24 plan, which we're litigating now, we did break out the benefit of education.
I mean the 24 that's implemented right
now. Calendar year. We don't have separate budgets or goals for gas EE and beneficial electrification. However, if you remember that the file that showed the measures in that, those generally fall into one of those cases or another. And I do, we have, as part of that 2024 implementation, we have seen aggressive continued growth of heat pumps, which are the primary beneficial electrification measure. And so the gas energy efficiency is doing maybe a little less well than it has historically. Part of that, though, is part of our strategic issues decision eliminated some of our gas energy efficiency measures. And those eliminations happened on a calendar date, not necessarily a plan implementation date. But making up some of that slack is additional participation in the beneficial electrification measure, so heat pumps.
Okay. So where is the company at with its spending on the equivalent of gas EE and beneficial electrification for the calendar year?
Yeah, to hit the goals, we're going to come very close to, if not slightly exceed, the cap plus the presumed prudence flex.
So where are you at now?
I would have to look. I don't know exactly offhand.
But is the company on target?
Yes, I think we're on target to the savings and the rebates, they don't come in sort of linearly, meaning we don't get 8% of them in January, 8% of them in February, 8% in March, that add up to 100%. There's sort of a seasonal component there where, it kind of makes sense when you think about it, that customers may not, like in, April, May, they're not going to do furnaces or heat pumps because they don't need the heat, but roll around to October, November, and all of a sudden, wow, we need heat, we get a rush. So the line to get there is not linear. However, we are forecasting to be very close to hitting the savings goal and very close to spending the base budget plus the flex on the gas side.
Do you have a sense for how much of the flex budget the company may end up spending for that?
I would guess a very high percentage of it.
Okay, I think you might have even said the company might need to exceed it. Is that right?
We may, if you used calendar year 23 as a informational point, we did exceed the base budget plus flex on the gas side. We also, in a corresponding fashion, exceeded the goal of decatherm savings, and they were the total amount of savings versus the total spend were pretty much in line. Like they were, if we were at 100, and these aren't the exact numbers, but if we were at 105% of the savings goal, we were similarly very close to 105% of the spend.
Okay, that's helpful. And then the last element, the DM element for the calendar year 2024, where is the company at with spending and targets?
Yeah, so that one actually is even more seasonal than the other two. And the vast majority of our demand response or demand management load relief and programs are summer peak coincident. And, it's an example, like we were calling a bunch of those programs last week, in the really hot weather. Because of that, we won't have sort of final numbers or even really a good understanding because those programs are actively being used right now. And I don't, two things. I don't know the specific performance of those programs yet. Like we won't know that till later in the year. And then historically, there has not been a cap on demand management spending, either a budget cap or, a hard cap or a presumed prudence on demand management, electric demand management spending. That is a new concept that was agreed to, if you will, in this settlement agreement. So for operating the 23 plan in calendar year 24, there is no hard cap on electric demand response spend.
Okay. So when I was talking with Mr. Mark, we talked a little bit about what strategies the company might employ to partner with or help educate contractors and trade partners to try to mitigate their risk averseness and potential higher costs that they might charge customers for measures that they aren't as familiar with. And he said you would be able to give me a little bit more information on what the company has in mind for that. So I'm hoping you can explain that to me now.
Absolutely. And this is not only what we have in mind, but what we have been executing over roughly the last 3 years. And I will break it down into 4 parts. The first part he touched on was we have done a significant amount of contractor training. So outreach to many of these contractors are heating, ventilation, and air conditioning contractors that have been participating in our air conditioner programs for years. So leveraging that sort of communication channel, we have hosted multiple training sessions on the order of 2 to 3 to 4 per year for the last 3 years. And those are a mix of in-person training as well as online training. The content of those trainings can bring in things like not only does the equipment operate, but how to better install it, how to avoid callbacks, but also common questions that customers have. What are the differences in installation practices for a heat pump versus an air condition? So we've had a huge response to that, in that the first, like when we launched the heat pump measures in 2021, the first few trainings we would have in the realm of about 10 contractors at. Through time that's grown, I believe this year we hit somewhere in the ballpark of 300 contractors that are trained and participating in that program. So great response there. That's the first tool. The second tool we've used is we have developed and refined what we call quality installation practices. And those are specifications that are required to get a rebate. And so those include things like doing a manual J calculation, which is a way to calculate the heat loss from a home, right? So to make sure that contractors are doing that right, sizing the equipment correctly. It includes things like the refrigerant charge, airflow, are those proper? Are there leaks in the duct? So there's a package of quality installation specifications we've used to not only help customers or contractors get comfortable with how to do it, but also to kind of give them a standard by which to be, graded against, to make sure that they're doing a good job installing. The third tool that we've been using is actually going up a couple levels in the supply chain, working with distributors and the manufacturers to understand how their equipment performs and specifically how it will perform uniquely in our climate and with our customers. Colorado has heat pumps are not new. However, their ability to work in really cold weather has evolved a lot recently. And as you know, Colorado has some very cold weather, right? Our metro design temperatures are in the negative 25 degree Fahrenheit range. The mountains get up to even negative 40 or 38 degrees, I think is our coldest. There hasn't been a lot of manufacturer testing in that done on heat pumps at those temperatures. So we work directly with the manufacturers to understand how their equipment will perform. We also, in that vein, work with federal agencies like the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. We have a couple of research projects going with them to not only test how those heat pumps work in our temperatures, but also at elevation, because the altitude at which they're operating affects the heat transfer characteristics of the heat exchangers. And so we are running that work with them. We actually, as part of our contract with NREL, they had to build one of their laboratories to test at even colder temperatures. So we had one of the coldest temperature labs in the nation now, which is kind of awesome that our programs help to get them to do that. So that's kind of the third one, which is that work with manufacturers. And then the fourth one is our interaction with, there are multiple organizations out there that set standards of performance and define testing criteria for this type of equipment. We are involved in many of those. I mentioned earlier, we're on the board of CEE, which among other things they do, they are the organization that has been selected by the IRS and the Department of Energy in legislation to administer, to set the specifications for heat pumps for the 25C tax credit. So the IRA tax credits that you might hear. And so we are a board member. We are actively working with that organization to set standards and that not only work for everybody, but also, frankly, work well in our service territories. And so that's sort of the fourth way that we're evolving and hopefully getting more clarity and more training and more understanding of the equipment, which, you're not going to see necessarily a direct reduction in the cost tomorrow, but we're moving the market towards more equipment being available, which will drive down costs, but also the right equipment going into the right home. So you get a good customer experience. It's installed well. And the contractors that used to put in furnaces and used to put in air conditioners can now be successful putting in heat pumps, which the more of those that you have, the more competition, prices will come down. So that's sort of I'm happy to, I don't want to take too much time on that, but I'm happy to elaborate on any of those points.
No, this is helpful. That's why I've let you continue to go. You talked a little bit about, and I think Mr. Mark also talked a little bit about the types of factors that have makes the beneficial electrification aspect of the plan not cost effective. You identified a couple of things that are going to, we think, hopefully bring those costs down in the next couple of years. I just want to see if there's anything else that you can think of that will help drive those that down so that it becomes cost effective over the years?
I think the big factor is cost, right? The incremental capital cost of the equipment. I do also think that the changing system dynamics will, when we think about the way that a cost bin works, right? We talked earlier about there are benefits in there of avoided. We don't have to build as much generation capacity. We don't have to, burn as much coal or natural gas to generate that marginal energy. There are societal benefits to not burning that coal and gas, right? And as we move forward in time, the value of those benefits may change, right? The dollars per ton, for example, of CO2 emissions that are used in the cost benefits, those will evolve, right? Those are tied to an external benchmark, and that benchmark over the last few years has been increasing, right? Similarly, the carbon content of our electrical system, the energy we generate, is going down, right? As we're bringing in more renewables, more non-carbon emitting generation sources, that goes down. So that could help the cost effectiveness. I think those are all factors, but I did want to reinforce maybe something that Mr. Mark said, and the way I think about it is whether or not, well, the commission, right, was fully aware of the current and likely future cost effectiveness of beneficial electrification measures when they very recently in our strategic issues order set both the budgets and the goals, and they deliberately did not. If you look at the incentive mechanism that the company gets, right? So there's an incentive mechanism that we're rewarded for cost effectively executing these programs, right? The cost effectiveness factors into our incentive mechanism for electric EE and for gas EE. It does not factor into the incentive mechanism for BE. And I think that was, I can't speak to all the commission's motivations, but I do know that within the case, within the strategic issues docket, many parties understood and supported that, their analysis, their findings were the same, that beneficial electrification right now is not cost effective. The commission, did put forward goals, and, those goals align with state climate policy goals. And even though when looking at it with the modified total resource cost test, the beneficial electric savings may not be cost effective, I think it's widely accepted that beneficial electrification is one of the lowest cost options to reduce the carbon emissions from space and water heating. So, the very short way to say it is, even if these measures aren't cost effective, they're still far cheaper than other measures or other things you could do to effectuate the state's climate goals. And I think that probably factored into the commissioner's decisions around goal setting and, performance incentive mechanism setting.
So that's all very helpful, and I think that elaborates on Mr. Mark's testimony. But I just wanted to ask, just to make sure we've got everything covered, is there anything else that you can think of that the company is going to do to implement the beneficial electrification part of the plan in a cost-effective manner?
Yeah, I probably should have mentioned this earlier, and I don't know why it slipped, but when we've been talking about beneficial electrification as a whole as not cost effective, and that's accurate, right? But if we think about individual measures, right, we looked at that whole list of measures earlier. There are many measures that make up the beneficial electrification portfolio, and some of those measures tend to be more cost effective than others, right? And so if you think about an example, would be I'll take three examples. A heat pump water heater is generally more cost effective than a dual fuel air source heat pump for space heating, which is more cost effective than a fully electric heat pump for space heating, right? And so, the company has balanced the rebates offered as well as the forecasted participation of those three measures in an effort to, get enough savings. So you need all three of those measures to reach the goals. But as we can, we try to put more dollars and more effort to get more of the measures that are more cost effective than the ones that are less cost effective. So there's some potential balancing we can do within the portfolio, but it's definitely a trade-off. Now, if, for example, maybe the participation on all three of those starts off higher than we were expecting, if that's the case, we can potentially adjust our marketing and whatnot, our rebates, to de-emphasize some of those less cost-effective measures and further promote the more cost-effective. But we may only have that flexibility if sort of the rising tide raises all boats, and we have a shot to get to our goal. So the takeaway is the entire portfolio, every single measure within the portfolio is not either cost effective or not cost effective, right? The portfolio is a whole bunch of individual decisions, and we tried to put together a combination of those individual measures that gets us really against competing priorities of spend as little as you can, get the most net benefits, right? The most cost effective portfolio you can, and save as much as you can. Right now, there's also many other considerations, like make sure that we're equally giving opportunities to all customer classes, right? As a general rule of thumb, the income qualified customer, the programs for those are far less cost effective than the programs for the market rate customers. So does that mean that we should, not do those so that we can be cost effective? No, it absolutely doesn't, right? We have to, we have a duty and a responsibility to offer these options to all customers. So there's a very large number of interrelated dependencies and factors that go into building and operating a portfolio. We have many different levers we can pull, but there's not one silver bullet that says this will make the beneficial electrification portfolio cost effective. If there was, we would have done it, right?
Nothing about this is very straightforward, so I do understand that. You were talking about earlier all the outreach and education that company has done a number of education sessions, I think, over the last several years with contractors. I just want to clarify, what type of contractors are we talking about here?
So the ones I was speaking about there were primarily heating, ventilation, and air conditioner contractors, because that was sort of the focus of the beneficial electrification program. We started talking about that wasn't cost effective. How can you make it more? But we do, and we have focused in those areas, but we do education and outreach to other contractors as well, whether it's lighting contractors, targeted at the commercial space, whether it's home energy audit contractors, whether it's even like insulation and air sealing contractors. So we have a fairly robust practice, for lack of a better term, of interacting with and engaging with, not just to train the contractors, but also to get feedback on how to improve the programs that we run, how to make them easier for them to participate in, how to, are there tools that we can offer them that help them sell these jobs to customers? Because at the end of the day, if this entire business is trying to get customers to make decisions they wouldn't otherwise make, that are good for the customers, they just aren't aware of it or wouldn't make them for other reasons.
Okay. Has the company explored educational approaches with trade schools?
We have, and we actually in various. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear you, but I saw you were talking. The last thing I heard was, have we explored educational opportunity for trade schools? Was that the last question?
Yeah, no, I didn't say anything.
Okay, I think I just have a bit of a video lag, which is catching me up. We have workforce development offerings, and those are in various states across our jurisdiction. So we have the benefit of operating programs in in multiple states. And in Colorado, as an example, like we included workforce development as part of our strategic issues filing, and we have some programs. And so some of that are traditional trade schools. Some of that, though, is really focused at non-traditional candidates, and there's generally an equity focus on it. One of the observations we have is that there aren't as many contractors, right, or people in the workforce from some of those equity communities. And what we've seen in some of the research we've seen from other parts of the country is it can be very effective to have someone that's from a similar background to you, looks the same as you, talks the same as you, offering those services to you, whether it's for insulation or heat pumps or whatnot. And so we have put forward efforts to really weight some of that training, not towards the traditional trade schools, but to more of an equity focus, and bringing, many more voices and representation from a much more diverse population set into the trades. And because we know if we want to grow these programs, we're going to need more people to be able to do it. And there's an opportunity there to kind of mesh it in with a lot of the equity work we're doing.
And so that type of work, whether it be, working with the trade schools or some of these other non-traditional candidates, would be, I'm assuming, focused on educating and training about measures that, such as heat pumps, how they work, how they function, all of the things related to heat pumps that a contractor might want to know. Is that about right?
That is one portion of it. Yeah. We also start generally a little more basic with home energy audits and building shell measures, and, why is weather stripping important, right? And understanding heat loss and UA delta T, but it works up to heat pumps are, they are a relatively complicated technology to implement at a customer's home, right? And there are many other technologies that are easier, simpler, and you kind of start there and work your way up.
Okay. Let me just take a moment to review my notes, because that might be all I have for you. So just hold on one second for me. All right, I have a question, and I'm not going to call it one last question because you never know, it might spark another. I just don't know that I've seen anything on this. It's a high level overall question, and that is whether you believe that the plan, the DSM BE plan as modified by the agreement, would support the healthy functioning of the electric grid.
Yes. I mean, that's one of our fundamental reasons that we do demand side management. And one of the ways you can think about it is we don't only have energy savings goals, we also have KW savings goals, right? And when you think about the grid, that's a big question, right? There's obviously capacity opportunities, right? Opportunities to relieve capacity issues, but there's also opportunities to, and this might sound a little funny, but bear with me, there's opportunities to get people to use more energy at certain times and less energy at other times, which ultimately helps the electric grid. And the example I would give you is we have, in Colorado, X number of hours where we have renewable resources that are able to generate more electricity than we have need for on the grid at that time, right? So we're curtailing potentially some of our renewable resources. If we could use more energy during those times and less energy when we have fossil resources on the margin or when we have grid constraint, that's a benefit to the grid, right? And a few examples where we do that, we have a program called AC Rewards. That is a program that works with customers' thermostats to control when and how their heat pumps or air conditioners run. And the the poster child example of that is we can pre-cool a home. So let's say between noon and 2, if you normally have your thermostat set at 78, we may actually adjust, and customers have given us permission to do this, adjust the temperature on the thermostat so that it brings it down to 76 and it holds it there. And then let's say at 2, we get into one of those peak conditions. Then the temperature can kind of coast up from the 76 up to 78, which is where the customer normally would have had it, and maybe even up to like 79. And we're not using energy during that very time when other customers are trying to use it and the system is stressed and we have fossil resources on the margin. So, there's many ways that our energy efficiency plan, our DSM and VE plan are, making the grid more resilient and really benefiting the grid, not just from not having to invest in more of the grid, right, to serve new load, but also in sort of better optimizing how the grid is used currently.
Okay, thank you. Your explanation was very helpful, because one of the things that I'm looking at is this is a plan that is going to promote, in some ways, converting gas to electric use, like beneficial electrification, which increases demand on the grid. But it also combines with trying to manage the load that is used in a way that might alleviate capacity concerns. And so I just wanted to make sure that we had something in the record here about how those things have been balanced and whether the end result of that balance is a positive for the grid. And it sounds like you're saying yes, but if you want to add anything more, I'm happy to hear it.
Well, I am saying yes. And the quantitative version of yes is if you look at those cost spends, right? And if you look at them in total, not just BE or EE gas or EE electric, you look at them in total, there are net benefits there. And there are, significantly more positive net benefits from electric EE and gas EE than there are negative from BE. And that really does, the intent of that is to sort of quantify all of those benefits to society as well as to the grid. And do it open and honestly, in that some of these things by themselves may not be, cost effective, but put it all together and they are.
Okay. I kind of want to go back. I have just another follow-up here related to attachment MRS-8 to hearing exhibit 145, which was the model that we talked about. Was that, or any version of that, submitted with the company's direct case?
It was submitted as a work paper as part of it was probably a work paper to Mr. Mark's testimony, because the actual plan was initially an attachment to his testimony in our direct case.
Okay. I'll just say, I think it's a pretty helpful document. And if the company wants to make a note that that's a great thing to include with your direct case for future cases, I'd certainly love to see that happen again in the future.
Thank you.
All right, let me just take another moment to make sure I haven't missed anything, and then we'll see if your council has any redirect. All right, that's all I have. Ms. Caliendo, do you have any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor, we did prepare that exhibit for you of the notice that was filed in proceeding 23A-0589EG. It's in our box as a hearing exhibit 147.
All right, let's get that pulled up. Okay, Mr. Schoeneider, can you just tell us what this document is?
Yeah, so this is a notice that the company filed, not in this docket, but in the 2023 plan docket. And it is advising the commission of the current status for our electric energy efficiency programs, as well as a forecast of where we anticipate the portfolio could be at the end of the year. And it's also, I believe, advising the commission that we have started a process to work with stakeholders to look at and think through and pull together recommendations for changes that might be made. Because as the document says, we are on track on the electric side to greatly overachieve our goals with the associated spend that would be in excess of the budget as well. And so it's sort of an awareness document as well as here's where we're at, here's what we're planning to do. We don't have a final recommendation yet, but we're working on it. That's if I had to non-legally summarize what's in the document.
Thanks. So as I understand it, this is the document you talked about earlier that was filed on July 31st of this year that identified basically progress overall with the electric EE part of the plan that's being implemented in 2024. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Council, would you like to move to admit this document?
Yes, I move for admission of hearing exhibit 147.
Any objections to the admission into evidence of hearing exhibit 147?
Your Honor. Your Honor, can you hear me?
Yes, we could
This
hear you,
is-
Mr. Fanyo. Do you have any objections to the admission of this document and evidence?
I don't think so, but I would like to ask a couple questions on board here.
On this document?
Yes.
Sure, okay. You may go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Your Honor, we object to questions on this document.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
We object to questions on this document.
Overruled.
Yeah, if reporter could scroll up to the bottom of the document.
You could identify a
And the-
page number, that would be helpful.
It looks like it's page 9, maybe page 8. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's good. And just one more page up to page 8.
I'm sorry, you page 8 or page 6? You saying
Page-
then said page 8.
Okay, page 8. And then down to page 9. Mr. Schoenheiner, this document indicates that it was signed and submitted by your counsel, and it wasn't verified or by you or any other member of the company staff. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, when you let me give you context. When you submit testimony, there's usually an affidavit attached to it saying that you certify that the foregoing testimony is true and correct. Do you recall that?
Yes, I'm aware of that for my testimony. Yes.
And there's nothing to that effect in this document from you or any other member of the company staff, right?
I do not see an affidavit attached to this document. No.
Okay. And are you aware of any challenge to this document that's been filed?
Can you elaborate on what you mean by challenge?
A motion for a preliminary injunction and petition for a declaratory order that was filed in response to this with the commission. Are you aware of that?
I am. I believe it was filed. Yes, I am.
And are you aware whether any process has been put in place to deal with those pleadings, this notice, and the motion for a preliminary injunction and petition for declaratory order? Any process in place on that?
I am not aware of the process, no.
Okay. So is this unresolved as far as you're aware?
So I'm going to take a leap at see if I know what you mean by resolved. I believe that in the document, we are not asking for, so actually, if we could scroll up a little bit in the document, maybe to page 8, I think the conclusion, it might even be page 7. Go up to 7, sorry, there you go. I believe that this is a notice, and I'm going to read part of section 3 there. Public service is not seeking specific commission relief. Rather, it is providing an update to the commission on the status of savings and spending for electric EE. Should the company seek specific commission requests, the company would propose those through an appropriate process, such as a motion after conferral process with parties. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean by resolved. I believe that we in this document have proposed or informed the commission of actions we're undertaking, but I don't believe we're asking for approval of said actions.
Okay, well, commission's taken no action so far on this document or the motion that was filed in response to it for preliminary injunction and declaratory order, as far as you're aware. Is that correct?
I am not aware of any, and I do want to sort of go back to how this came up.
Well, Your Honor, he's answered my question, Your Honor. I do not, as far as I know, the facts stated in this document are almost surely correct. However, as an evidentiary matter, it's not verified. It's filed in another case. It's not been subject to discovery, cross-examination, or responsive testimony. It is possibly, and I'm not really sure, having just looked at it, disruptive of the settlement agreement. So it's at the risk of sticking my head in the sand, I would object on the grounds that it's insufficient from a record evidence substantial point of view.
Ms. Caliendo, would you like to ask your witness some additional questions? Because I think some of these objections might relate to the foundation that's been laid for this exhibit.
Your Honor, this does relate to a different docket, a different DSM plan. And so, to the extent that Your Honor believes it's relevant or informative for this document or for this docket, we would recommend perhaps taking administration of it.
Yeah, I still have to have the actual document marked and admitted into evidence, even if I'm doing administrative notice. That's typically how we do things. So I don't really think that resolves it. So I'll just ask Mr. Schoenheider a couple of questions because it does. First of all, I'll say I'm the one that said this would be helpful information for the record. I don't know that it's disruptive of the settlement agreement, but it's just information that the company has filed in a different proceeding. And this is where we get into things getting a little bit complicated because we have so many different proceedings and moving parts. And I don't want to be in a position where the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing, where there's information in the commission file that's directly relevant that I can't even look at or consider because it just hasn't been provided in my case. So Mr. Schoenheider, did you have any, did you help prepare this document or provide any information that was then used in this document?
This document was prepared by company personnel, the same personnel that put together the other documents in this case. And they work for the company and I am representing the company. I'm not sure exactly what you're getting at. Like, would I sign an affidavit for this? Yes. Do I believe the information here is true and accurate to the best of my knowledge? Yes.
That's exactly what I was getting at. Okay. Mr. Fanio, if you want to restate your objection or state a different objection, I will allow that, but I do think we've got enough in the record as to the accuracy and reliability of the document.
Your Honor, I think I might object on behalf of EBC as well, just because we did file a response to this notice, and it might help for completeness of the record to enter that in evidence as well.
Is the response related to the accuracy of the document and the information in the document?
Potentially the accuracy of certain legal conclusions in the document, but not the data cited.
Okay, because I'll just tell you all, I'm not going to rely on any legal conclusions in this document. I'm just looking at baseline facts that are presented. And if what you want to file doesn't really address that, then I don't really see a reason for it. Okay. So, Mr. Fanio, did you have anything more you wanted to add in terms of your objection to the admission of hearing exhibit 147?
I think they've handled the authenticity. As an evidentiary matter, I don't think it's objectionable, except that it's late. We're talking about, in this case, a 2024 DSM plan that was, for which a settlement agreement was entered into a month or two ago and filed, and now having a hearing on it. And here we have a progress report on that goes to, I think, your points that you asked earlier at the beginning with Mr. Mark about a question of the budget cap, the budget flexibility, and so forth. So this is additional evidence that wasn't available at the time the case reached a settlement and that this hearing was set. And I think, frankly, it's not inaccurate. I don't have any reason to question the accuracy, but I do think it upsets the terms of the settlement because we didn't know these things when we entered into it. And I'll just add one thing. If we'd known about these results, and even if they were only through April or May, the question of whether the rebates being considered in this application for 2024, particularly for electric energy efficiency, were more generous than they needed to be, might have been a more significant issue. The success that they've had suggests that they are fully compensating the participants and maybe overcompensating them because they've gotten through almost a year's worth of goals in 7 or 8 months. So that's where this comes in to, I think, possibly disrupt the settlement. And it's less a question of this document being admitted than it is of the lateness of its introduction into the case.
All right, I'm going to admit hearing exhibit 147. And in terms of its lateness and coming to the case, I think we've got it as soon as we probably could have, all things considered. But if anyone wants to address concerns or issues related to this, you can do that in your statement of position. And you can let me know right now if you think you need to present evidence. But I'm not really sure it's necessary. I'm not going to tell you how to run your case, though. So, Mr. Fania, you can let me know.
I don't have any evidence to present.
Okay. All right. So hearing, as I said, hearing exhibit 147 is admitted. Okay, let's go back to Ms. Caliendo. Did you have any other redirect?
Just a very brief clarification, Your Honor. May we see hearing exhibit 101?
And not an attachment to 101, just the exhibit itself?
Yes,
Okay.
just the. And specifically page 52, line 9. And while we're getting there, Mr. Schoenheider, you'll recognize that this is in fact Mr. Mark's testimony, but it is relevant to a conversation you had with ALJ Mirbaba on the targeted demand areas. Do you recall that conversation?
I do.
And if we could scroll, please, from page 52, line 9, down to page 53, line 8. Does this section of Mr. Mark's testimony discuss the potential targeted demand area projects that the judge was asking you about?
Yes, it does.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Schoenheider, that will conclude your testimony.
Thank you.
We are getting close to 3, but I'd like to see if we can go ahead and push through because I think we can get through the last couple witnesses pretty quickly. I'd like to, if UCA's witness is available, I'd like to start with UCA's witness. And again, I don't have that many questions, just a few. So Ms. Crampton, are you able to call your witness?
Yes, Your Honor. UCA calls Chris Neal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Neal. If you could raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
I do.
All right, and put your hand down, state and spell your name for us.
It's Chris Neal, CHRISNEIL.
Okay, before we get started, I just want to give you a couple advisements. That is that you cannot refer to any materials unless you're directed or authorized to do so. If you are directed or authorized, you may review any paper copies that you might have with you, if that is easier. And you're not allowed to get help with your testimony during the course of your testimony. Do you agree and understand to these requirements?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Ms. Crampton, if you want to just introduce your witness, then I'll jump in.
Thank you. Mr. Neal, if you could just state where you're employed and your position there.
I'm a rate financial analyst for the Utility Consumer Advocate.
And in this proceeding, did you prepare for filing hearing exhibit 1100 as well as attachments?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and is that document contain your answer testimony and related attachments?
Yes, it does.
Did you prepare any other testimony in this proceeding?
No, I did not.
Okay. If I were to, Your Honor, Mr. Neal is available for questioning. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Neal, have you been watching the hearing all day today?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so you've then heard much of the exchanges that I've had relating to the cost effectiveness of the BE element of the company's plan. And so then I assume you agree with the consensus that the BE element of the plan is not cost effective. Is that right?
Yes.
So why should the commission approve the agreement given the evidence that the BE element is not cost effective?
Well, for one thing, I think the BE element was required by legislation. The state is trying to reduce emissions, and one of the ways to do that is to switch gas usage to electric through beneficial electrification. And they're pushing that with the knowledge that that's going to be hard to do, and it's going to require some funds, and particularly get started in a new program like this. And that's what leads partly to what's not cost effective. And also, as Mr. Schoenheider pointed out, some aspects are more cost effective than others of the BE program. And but they can't just only do those. They need to do a pretty much a sales-wide promotion of beneficial electrification. So that's what needs to be done in order to promote beneficial electrification.
So the company has provided testimony today and in writing indicating that it really does not believe it can meet the targets in the plan without using budget flexibility. I assume that you have reviewed all of the evidence and the data the company has provided that support that. So correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yes, I have reviewed that information.
And do you agree that that information supports the company's conclusion that it cannot meet the targeted energy savings and capacity goals without using budget flexibility?
Well, I have to point out that we agreed to that in a settlement, and a settlement includes many aspects, not just the budget and the flexibility. So there are other aspects of the settlement that led us to agree to that settlement that included that aspect.
Well, I understand that the settlement agreement includes that. What I'm asking you is whether, based on what you have looked at, all the evidence that you've looked at in this case, whether you think the evidence supports the company's proposition that it cannot meet the goals, the targeted goals for energy savings and capacity savings without using the flexibility budget.
I'm a little worried that saying or giving that kind of information would be going against the settlement, which I'm not allowed to do. So whether I believe the company can or cannot is kind of irrelevant. We agreed to it in the settlement.
Well, I think it's relevant, and I'm asking you the question. I'm not asking you to disclose anything confidential that occurred in the settlement discussions. So if that's what you would have to do, then you can tell me that. But if not, and I didn't really ask you about the settlement discussions, I really need to get an answer.
No, I'm going to object. I think that this is asking the witness to, well, first of all, I think it's a little bit contradicted by some of the evidence, the testimony. I think Mr. Schoenheider, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, I want to characterize this correctly, but I think there was an indication that there was a belief that there would be a need to go into the flexibility, but not an absolute commitment to go into the flexibility or to the maximum amount. And I think, so I sort of object to the court's characterization. I do think that the court's question is also getting into potentially work product between what Mr. Neal has discussed with his legal counsel, as well as the discussions in the settlement discussion. So I would object.
It's the first time I've had an attorney object to one of my questions. So I applaud you for being brave and speaking up and saying what you object to. I will say that I think that the record is pretty clear that the company believes that it cannot meet the targets without dipping into the flexibility budget. Now, I'm not saying that the evidence is clear that the company will need to use all of the budget. I don't know. I don't think the evidence is clear on how much of the flexibility budget really the company is going to need to use. But I do think it's pretty clear in the record that the company believes it cannot meet the targets without dipping into the flexibility budget. And all I want to know from this witness is whether, Mr. Neal, if you formed an opinion as to whether the company can meet the targets within the base budgets, not using the flexibility budgets. If you've not formed an opinion on that, that's also fine to share that information with me. But to the extent that the objection is to that specific question, it's overruled.
Well, I'll respond that, as I said in my testimony, the commission evaluated this quite a bit in the strategic issues case and decided that the company should be able to meet the goals at the base budget without flexibility. The other thing I'll add is that the year-to-date numbers for 2024 show that the company can meet the goal at $78 million of base budget without flexibility. That's what they're on track for if you just do simple multiplication of the numbers in that new hearing exhibit 147, I think it is.
Sorry, my computer froze. Give me a second.
Case, are you back?
Yes, didn't he ask for 147?
He mentioned the exhibit, but I don't think we may not need it.
Oh, sorry, I had it up just in case.
That's okay. Mr. Neal, as part of your work in this case, did you use the modeling document that the company filed with its direct case? And it would be the original version of, I guess, hearing exhibit 145, attachment MRS-8 in an executable format.
No, I did not get into that level of detail.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Ms. Crampton, do you have any redirect?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Neal, does UCA agree that the settlement is in the public interest in this case?
Yes.
And what factors do you base that opinion on?
It starts with the state has determined that demand side management is in the public interest, and that this program is designed to cost effectively, we emphasize cost effectively, implement demand side management, which will lead to lower costs and lower emissions.
And you say that the state has determined that. Are you referring to statutes pertaining to demand side management?
Yes, I think they, I forget what the exact name is, but the state has declared that demand side management is in the public interest for the state.
Okay. And does UCA, in its statutory directive, have a requirement that it consider state decarbonization policies in its consideration of the public interest?
Yes, that is part of the UCA's mandate.
The judge mentioned, had some questions for you regarding the flex that's part of the settlement agreement. In your opinion, how does the settlement agreement address UCA's concern with the use of the flex funds, how does the settlement agreement address any concerns that UCA might have about using those flex funds?
Again, I refer to paragraph 4 of the settlement agreement, which the ALJ has brought up several times. That last sentence in there says that the company will strive to meet the goals without the flex funds and will only use the flex funds if necessary, and then goes on to say that they will do it only if it's cost effective. And again, our concern is cost, and so that part about cost effective is very important to UCA.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Neal. I think that will conclude your testimony. It's about 3:06 right now. Why don't we take our 15-minute afternoon break? When we come back, we'll have staff's witness testify. I anticipate that taking about as long as Mr. Neal's testimony, so we should be able to wrap this up pretty quickly after that. See, it's about 3:06 right now. We will reconvene at 3:20, and I'll remind everybody again, the webcast is going to continue to stream during the break. All right, we'll be in recess. Right, before we go back on the record, let me just check in with my court reporter. Tracy, are you ready?
Ready.
Your Honor, I have one preliminary matter to address.
Let me go back
before-
on the record first. Okay, we're officially back on the record now. All right, Ms. Rubin, did you have something you wanted to raise?
Sorry about that. Yes, please. I would move at this time on behalf of EEBC for administrative notice to be taken of EEBC and SWEEP's response to the notice of successes and associated budget pressures. That was the last exhibit admitted by the company. The notice was filed in 23A-0315EG. And to make the record complete, I would move that you take administrative notice in this proceeding that EEBC and SWEEP have responded to the notice just entered into evidence and have asked the commission to determine that the company may only make modifications to the DSM plan implementation through a 60 or 90-day notice or via an amendment.
You have that document marked and ready?
I certainly could get it moved or into the box, but I think the more important thing is just that you take notice that we've responded to it.
Okay, so do you want me to take administrative notice of the document or just the fact that EOC and EEBC have responded to hearing exhibit 147?
I mean, the document would be preferable, but I don't think we're moving to admit it into evidence in this case.
When I take administrative notice of it, it basically is admitted into evidence. So, and I think it's rule 1500 speaks to when we're taking administrative notice of a document in a commission file that we need to actually have it and put into the record in which we're taking administrative notice of. So it might just be best to get that document ready and get it marked, and then we can come back to this and I can see if anybody has objections.
Sounds good, thanks.
Okay. Any other matter we ought to address before staff calls as witness? Okay, I'll take that silence to mean there's nothing else we need to address. So I'll turn to staff. If you're ready, you can call your witness.
Yes, good afternoon. Staff calls Mr. Eric Hagland.
All right. And Mr. Hagland, if you could raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Eric Hagland. That's ERICHAGLUND.
Okay, I just want to give you a couple of advisements before we get into your testimony. And that is that you're not permitted to look at any document unless you are authorized or directed to do so. And if you are authorized or directed, you may look at any paper copies that you have on hand. You're also not permitted to get help with your testimony during the course of your testimony. Do you understand and agree to these requirements?
Yes.
Okay, counsel, if you want to just introduce your witness first, then I will pick up from there.
That works, thank you. Mr. Hagland, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission as the chief economist.
And were you involved in the negotiations that resulted in the settlement agreement, which has been marked as hearing exhibit 143?
Yes.
Do you believe that the settlement agreement is in the public interest?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Hagland is ready for your questions, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Hagland, have you been listening in on the testimony that's been provided today?
Yes, I have.
So then you've heard the discussions about the cost effectiveness of the BE aspect of the plan?
Yes, I have.
So you agree that the BE aspect of the plan, including as agreed to in the settlement agreement, is not cost effective?
Yes, taken as a whole, it is not cost effective.
Okay. Why should the commission approve the agreement given the evidence that the BE element of the plan is not cost effective?
I would agree with the previous testimony that you've heard today on this topic, that I think the commission expressed an interest in giving these BE measures a bit of a push, even in the early years when they're not yet cost effective. This topic did receive some attention in the strategic issues proceeding, and ultimately the commission approved a BE goal that was higher than what the company had proposed, in part relying on criticisms from other parties that the company's analysis had understated the cost effectiveness of BE. So although there wasn't a specific determination of a different value as to the cost effectiveness of the various measures, I think the commission's understanding was that it was still worth pursuing, and pursuing in greater amounts than had been proposed, because it could be cost effective based on some of the criticisms that had been raised of the company's presentation of DE.
Do you have an opinion as to whether the company can meet the established energy and capacity savings targets without using the flexibility budgets?
I understand that position of the company to be a result of the detailed analysis you discussed with, especially with Mr. Schoenheider. I have not performed an independent analysis of that indicates anything to the contrary, nor have I seen such an analysis provided by any other party in this proceeding.
So just to follow up on that, did you review, or I guess try to work with the modeling document that the company provided? And the updated version of that was Hearing Exhibit 145, attachment MRS-8, but prior version was filed with the company's direct testimony. Did you work with that document or review that document to review the modeling?
I'm familiar with that document, and I have looked at it for specific pieces of information. I haven't sort of provided an overall assessment of it or sought to reproduce its conclusions. So especially given my sort of late arrival in this proceeding, I didn't spend a ton of time in that. I'm sort of familiar with it at a high level in some of the details, but I have not tried to fully assess that document.
Okay, that's all the questions that I have. Council, do you have any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hagland. That will
Thank you.
conclude it. Let me go back to Mr. Rubin. Do you have that exhibit ready?
I am getting it, the header formatted now to enter into box.com. Can I add that? Can I get it in there in the next few hours, or once the hearing concludes?
No.
Okay.
If we're gonna get it admitted via administrative notice, I've got to do it today.
Okay. Then yes, I'm just working on re-headering it and getting it added, saving.
Okay, well, I'll give you a few minutes to do that. That shouldn't take but a few minutes to do.
Would you like it entered as hearing exhibit 148?
I think it needs to be marked with the number that is the next sequence in the assigned hearing number blocks for your client. And I don't know what that is.
I can tell you if you give me a second, Judge.
Sure.
Thank you. Sorry about this last minute nature of this.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, I get that this is my fault because I'm the one that wanted to talk about the document that you're responding to, so we can be flexible here.
I think EEBC has only filed hearing exhibit 1200, so it should be 1201.
Thank you. And I'm just getting that PDF
Okay, well, while you're working on that, let me see if there's anything else I need to go over before we finish. Actually, let me just ask the parties, or is there anything else that we need to address before we adjourn?
Yes, Your Honor. Just in the interest of efficiency, while Mr. Rubin is trying to upload that document for consideration of administrative notice, I would respectfully like to lob an objection towards its admission. Is now an appropriate time to have you consider that?
Well, I guess.
A chicken and an egg.
Yeah, I mean, I think I probably need to have the document. But why don't you just preview it for me and we can see if it's something that I can address in advance.
Certainly. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Commission Rule of Practice and Procedure 1501C provides that the commission may take administrative notice of general or undisputed technical or scientific facts, and goes on to say of matters of common knowledge, matters within the expertise of the commission, and facts capable of accurate and ready determination whose accuracy cannot reasonably be questioned. Now, I would submit that the accuracy of the facts provided in the petition are argument. There's argument provided in the petition, and so the accuracy of the statements made within it are subject to interpretation and can reasonably be questioned. In fact, even the conferral in the response to Public Service Company's notice misstates CEC's response in the conferral, saying we take no position, where our statement was that we take no position but reserve the right to respond. I would offer that the response period to the petition hasn't yet lapsed, and so admitting it in this way not only suggests that these statements, which have not yet been responded to, are unquestionable and reliable, but I would also object on the basis that it really provides an incomplete record for Your Honor's consideration. So for those reasons, we would object to its admission under administrative notice, to the extent that EEBC intends to offer it as a non-administrative notice exhibit into the record. I would suggest that that ought to be done through cross-examination so that there's an opportunity for voir dire and to lay a proper foundation on it.
Before I have counsel respond, Ms. King, and thank you for correcting, because I think I identified Rule 1500. It is 1501C that relates to administrative notice. And I think you might have skipped some important language in that rule, and that is that the commission can take administrative notice of documents in its files, and that's unrelated to it taking administrative notice of facts that are accurate and capable of ready determination by resulting to other sources. So I am just wondering what you might say in response to that, because I don't think that part of the rule speaks to whether the information is accurate.
Thank you, Your Honor. And it's not my intention certainly to mislead the commission or Your Honor in any way. I was trying to paraphrase the rule. And yes, while that's true, the party that is moving for administrative notice needs to attest to all of the facts to be noticed. And if the only fact is that EEBC has filed something, then I would say that that goes to weight in terms of how that exhibit would be treated. But if we are treating as fact the matters contained within the pleading, I think that raises some more serious evidentiary questions.
Well, what you're saying reminds me of the hearsay rule, which is it's only hearsay if it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So counsel, Mr. Rubin, are you going to offer this exhibit for the truth of the matter asserted in the document?
No, Your Honor, I would simply move it for administrative notice that EEBC has responded to the notice filed by the company, and in the certain way that the filing lays out the response.
Okay.
if I might interject, Your Honor, then I question the value of that to Your Honor and to the record, because the time period for the remainder of EEBC's filing, which is a petition for declaratory judgment, has not yet lapsed, and so responses have not yet been collected. And so the fact that there is a response filed to a notice, which is not a motion, Public Service Company's relief requested in the notice is not actually for anything for the commission to do. It says in Public Service Company's motion, the company is providing the commission this notice to ensure continued transparency of the company's implementation of its DSM and BE offerings. And so I would even question the propriety of the response being filed to that notice when there is no pending relief requested, and would suggest that it is really a petition for declaratory judgment couched as a response.
I think you make a pretty decent point in terms of its usefulness in the record. However, I think I'm capable of weighing it appropriately. And the bottom line is, most likely the only thing I would be using this for is just an acknowledgement that it was filed, and that's probably about it. So I think I'm capable of giving it the weight that it would be due. So as to your objections, I mean, granted, we don't have the document up in front of me right now. I'm not admitting it at this moment, but as we sit here right now, I'm going to be overruling those objections.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to hear it.
Sure. Mr. Rubin, are we ready?
I have the document. Would you like me to pull it up and share my screen? Or...
Is it, you got to put the document in your box folder, and then our legal assistant can then access it.
I think I put it in a box folder entitled EEBC, but I may not be as familiar with sharing box files as.
You don't, all you got to do is put it in there.
It's in there.
Okay.
Mr. Rubin, I'm sorry, it's not in there. Give me, I can try and check one more. Sometimes it takes a while to sync, so I can check the online version of Box. But at the moment it's not. Give me a minute and I'll check the web version and see if it appears there.
I can pull it up and share.
No, I need to be able to pull it from Energy Efficiency Business Coalition's box and then the subfolder with this proceeding number. I've checked the website version. It's not in there either.
Okay, I may need to go talk to someone else in my office who is more familiar with the box procedures. Would that be possible? Could we reconvene in a few minutes?
And Your Honor, I'm sorry to interject. There is a kind of more procedural matter that we were interested in bringing up with you. Perhaps this would be an okay time that we could talk about that while Mr. Rubin works through the box question.
Okay, that's fine, Mr. Rubin, if you need to take a couple minutes. It shouldn't be that complicated. It should just be a matter of uploading it. So hopefully we'll be able to get that resolved quickly. So Ms. Shields?
Thank you. And what the company wanted to rate, assuming we're at the stage where we can talk about closing issues with respect to statements of position. At this point, the company continues to stand by the settlement agreement, all of its supporting testimony. We are not sure that we necessarily see the need for a statement of position. However, I know Your Honor has at one point at least referenced one. And so we wanted to bring up the question with you, whether there are specific issues you would like to see addressed in a statement of position, or whether it would be appropriate to waive the statement of position deadline.
I'm just going to need to think about that for a moment. So just hold on. Well, I did identify a few things that I was hoping could be addressed in statements of positions, and I've just been sitting here debating how critical it will be. So I'll just tell you what those items are. And I guess what I will say is I'm going to leave it to the party's discretion. If you want to file a statement of position in light of what I'm about to tell you, great. I'd be happy to look at those. If you think it's not the best use of your resources, that's fine too. I can definitely manage with the record that I have. But the things that I was going to ask the parties to try to address was just to outline in, pretty high level format how the plan as modified by the agreement meets the relevant applicable minimum statutory requirements. And there are a number of statutes that are at play here. How the use of budget flexibility or the potential use of budget flexibility to exceed the energy and capacity savings targets is consistent with commission direction on how the company may use budget flexibility and why the commission should approve the agreement given the evidence that points to the BE piece not being cost effective. So those were the things that I was planning to mention that I would certainly be eager to see in a statement of position. But again, if the parties think it's a better use of the resources, I can certainly manage without statements of position. So I will leave that to the parties. I'm not going to waive the deadline because it's still going to be discretionary. It's just not going to be a mandatory thing that the parties have to file. Does that make sense, Ms. Shields?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor, and that's incredibly helpful for us. I don't have our schedule up, but I don't recall if we have a deadline established for statements of position.
Yes, it's August 22nd. I was going to remind everybody of that.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Okay. Are there other matters that we should talk about before we adjourn? Mr. Faneuil?
Your Honor, would you mind repeating the second item that you'd like to have addressed in the statement of position?
Sure. And that's how the use of budget flexibility or the potential use of budget flexibility to exceed energy and capacity savings targets is consistent with the Commission's direction on how the company may use budget flexibility.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So hearing exhibit 1700 is the linked spreadsheet that we've been using. And it's Commission's practice to admit the PDF version of that. And in this case, since I have not discussed in the record every single exhibit that we admitted into evidence, I think it is particularly useful to have that in the record in the evidence. So I want to admit the spreadsheet, which is hearing exhibit 1700. I will hear objections if anybody has any. All right, hearing exhibit 1700 is admitted in evidence. Hi, Mr. Rubin, you turn your camera back on. So does this mean we've got progress?
Somewhat, Your Honor, I think I only have access to EOC's box.com folder, and so I've put it in there. I'm not sure I currently have access to EEBC's box.com folder, and so I'm trying to troubleshoot that issue and get it pulled into there.
Mr. Rubin, I can see it in EOC's box. I can take it from there. That's fine.
Okay, that would be great.
Let's get that on the screen.
I think I did mark it as, yeah.
So just for the record, we've got on the screen hearing exhibit 1201. Can we scroll down to the end of the document? I just want to know if there's a date anywhere in this document as to when it was filed. There it is, August 5th. Okay. Counsel, you want to move to admit the document? I mean, we
yes,
might need
Your Honor.
witness, we'll see,
I
but
would move to admit the document, or in the alternative for Your Honor to take administrative notice that it was filed and the contents therein.
right now that we've got it up on the screen, I'll ask for any objections. And Ms. King, if there's something more you want to add, we can do that now.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I think the issue was just that Mr. Rubin moved for the fact that it was filed and for the contents therein. And so that is where we get to the truth of the matter asserted. And I would suggest that Mr. Rubin, if he's signing a statement of position, can certainly in that statement of position attest that this was filed on this date and that it's in the commission's files. And that way we don't run afoul of potentially or risking considering this document for the truth of the matter asserted therein.
Your Honor, I guess just it's for the very limited purpose that we're moving its admission that it has been filed and that a response has been filed to that notice that was previously in the record and that it is this response.
Okay, I'm going to admit hearing exhibit 1201 over objections. And I will also just note that it's really just being admitted for the purpose of it being in the record that very clearly that there has been a response filed. I will obviously give it the weight I think that is due. It is not being offered or admitted for the truth of the matter asserted. And I am going to make a note of that in the decision so that it's clear moving forward. Obviously, I'm not the only one that looks at the evidence in this case. And so I will make sure that there hasn't been a foundation that this is being admitted for the truth of the matter asserted, and therefore it really can't be considered for the truth of the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, I don't have anything else on my notes that we need to do before we adjourn, but I want to check in with everybody to see if there's anything else.
Your Honor, one final thing from the company. This has been a procedurally interesting journey for everyone. We wanted to thank the parties for all of the time and effort that they put in, particularly, I believe it was May when we settled the case in very short order. We wanted to thank Your Honor for all of your efforts, as well as wish a happy birthday to Ms. McLaughlin, who spent her birthday in this hearing. So thank you.
Well, I think you bring up a good point, and I would also just reiterate my appreciation to all of you. I know that this was like a yeoman's effort to get to this point where you were able to settle a pretty huge case in a very, truncated period of time, and you did a lot of extra work that I asked of you. I don't think I've ever done anything like that before. So this was a first, but I have to say everything that you guys did has been incredibly helpful in getting us to this point. And I think getting us to an ultimate decision in this case that I think could be supported, by the record evidence. So I want to say again, I appreciate all of you and all of your efforts. And I know that it required a big, heavy lift on your end. And I want to acknowledge that and thank you all for everything that you've done in this case.
I want to jump on and just thank the company and thank you, Judge, as well. I appreciate it. It was a wonderful way to spend my birthday, but thank you all so much for all the work that we put into the settlement. Staff would like to echo that, and for you, Your Honor, for handling this case and all of the procedural issues that we handled along the way.
I appreciate everybody's patience and flexibility as well. I know that there's obviously a bit of a sense of urgency in trying to get a decision done so that we can get this plan up and running. So I'm going to do my best to get something out as quickly as possible. I do have a huge record, so that I don't know how successful I'm going to be, but I will make every effort I possibly can to get the decision done as quickly as I can in this case. So with that, I guess we will go ahead and adjourn. Thank you all for your presentations.
Thank you.
Your Honor.